ready to start live streaming. Mr. Frawley. Well, good morning everyone and welcome to Falkirk Council meeting Wednesday 29th of March 2023, and welcome everyone to Grangemouth Community Education Centre. This will be the home of council and committee meetings for the time being, and I'd like to thank the management committee of the centre for their support in accommodating our request to use the venue, and welcome to those who have joined online as well, and will see the council meeting on YouTube. The agenda was issued last Tuesday, 21st of March. A supplementary agenda which contained an additional report in regard to item 7, appointment of chair of IGB, together with details of those deputation requests which were received after the agenda was issued by email on Tuesday. There are 4: Bonnybridge Community Education Association, Polmont Hill Snow Sports Club, Snow Sports Scotland, and Miss Carolina Cermak for the Strategic Property Review, and Evolution Swim Club for the Pools Report. The supplementary agenda advised that it was anticipated that item 6, proposals to close school swimming pools, was likely to be continued to a later meeting. This is due to unforeseen circumstances, and I'll invite the Chief Executive to speak after the said. The deputation requests will be taken at the start of the SPR item. So we'll hear everybody, hear what they've got to say, and after everybody's spoken, that's when we'll ask the questions. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded. A video recording will be posted online shortly after the meeting on the Council's YouTube channel. And could members please refrain from talking during or commenting on speeches by other councillors and remain respectful of other points of view. I will introduce breaks at appropriate stages in the meeting and may vary the order of business in order to best manage the business. Given the business before the council, it's likely that the meeting will break for lunch at an appropriate point in the agenda around 1 p.m. If members who are attending remotely wish to speak, they should use the raise hand icon on the screen. I will ask if all who wish to speak have done so before closing the debate, but at that point it is their responsibility to ensure they attract my attention, even by cutting in verbally, otherwise they may miss their chance to speak. And those members joining remotely, they should ensure that your cameras are turned on during the proceedings. And can all participants ensure their mobile phones are switched off or on silent during the meeting? First item on the agenda is the Setheren. Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. Provost Bissett.
Present.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Present.
We have apologies submitted by Councillor Aitchison. Councillor Anslow.
Present.
Councillor Binney.
Present.
Councillor Bowes. Councillor Brown.
Present.
Councillor Buchanan. Councillor Bundy.
Present.
Councillor Colley.
Present.
Councillor Deacon.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Forrest. Councillor Garner.
Present.
Councillor Hannah.
Present.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Kerr.
Here.
Councillor McCabe.
Present.
Councillor Meikledon.
Present.
Councillor Murtagh.
And short.
Councillor Nimmo.
Present.
Councillor Patterson.
Present.
Councillor Patrick. Provost, we'll come back to Councillor Patrick. I think her Wi-Fi may have frozen briefly. Councillor Patrick. Councillor Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Ritchie.
Present.
We have apologies from Councillor Jim Robertson. Councillor Sinclair.
Present.
Councillor Spears.
Present.
And Councillor Steenbank.
Present. Thanks, Mr. Moody. we're now going to have an update on the swimming pools, and we'll go to Mr. Laurie for that.
Thank you, Provost, and good morning to all. So due to unforeseen circumstances, it's proposed that item 6 on today's agenda, so that's in relation to school swimming pools, not be considered today, but be continued to a later meeting. Elected members have separately been advised of the position, and I don't intend to add anything to that at this stage, Provost. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laurie. Based on that, can we agree to continue this item?
Agreed.
Sorry, you said to interject. The Education Department's a rather large department, and this is a very important issue that people are really wanting an answer to. I understand that the circumstance regarding why you have taken that decision, but I don't understand why you've taken the decision when you have such a big department, and the property manager, I believe, is fine and could be here today. So I think we need a greater elaboration on why this has been cancelled. We need to take into consideration the level of concern in the communities that are going to be affected by this, the swimming clubs that are going to be affected by this, the people that use the facility are going to be affected by this, and of course the hundreds and thousands of children that are going to be affected by this.
Okay, thanks for that. There was a meeting with the group leaders, and it was discussed along with the Chief Executive, Mr. Moody. Then that was emailed out to everyone, and so everybody here today, the majority have agreed to continue it. So thanks for your interjection. We'll move on. It will be brought forward at a later date.
Sorry, I believe you had a meeting with other people. We weren't invited, so we really don't know the rationale behind delaying this agenda item.
Well, okay, so we've agreed to continue it, so thanks for that. Moving on. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at the meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of interest. Do we have any declarations of interest? Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost. I have a connection with this the item through my role as chairman of Dunnipace FC. There's a potential that the club may be interested in applying in the future for a cap on one or more of the properties in the SPR, for example, a sports pavilion. However, having applied the objective test, I do think I have an interest to declare. There is no decision to be made at this stage. I do not think I have an interest to declare, sorry. There is no decision to be made at this stage on a CAT and no live application. Thanks, Provost.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Garner. Okay, thanks, Councillor Bowes. Councillor Patrick.
Yes, I'd like to declare an interest in item 5, as I have a close family member who's an employee at one of the premises which is going to be affected. So I think, having applied the objectivity test and discussed with Mr. Moody, I think that this does require me to recuse myself from consideration of that item of business.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Patrick. Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost. Similarly to Councillor Garner, I am a trustee at Warriors in the Communities Dennismuir Football Club charity, who have, and for some time, had a long-standing CAT interest in one of the properties. However, due to objective tests, no decisions to be made today. Don't feel that precludes me. I need to recuse myself, but it's important it's noted for the record. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. I don't think there's anyone else.
Provost. I also have an interest in Backnock Community Hall charity, and I'm a trustee of that, but we haven't had an asset transfer yet, so I think I can still take part in the proceedings.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kelly. Councillor McCabe.
Promise. I wonder if I could ask Chief Governance Officer if he could perhaps drop us a wee line, every councillor, just so that we do have an understanding, because probably everyone here does have an element of interest in some of the properties within the SPR review. So I'd just like a wee bit of clarification. I don't doubt anybody is trying to to hide anything or whatever, you know, but I think it just for clarification purposes, if Mr Moody would maybe consider that. Thank you.
Mr Moody.
Yes, I'm happy to consider that for future meetings, Provost, if there are likely to be reports like this one, which maybe have a number of potential interests on them. And I think we've seen today a helpful demonstration of people making transparency statements, which is simply to say that they may have a connection with the item, but those connections don't amount to an interest which requires them to withdraw, having applied the objective test. And in contrast, you've seen Councillor Patrick declare an interest which does require to withdraw, and I think we can see the contrast between the two situations. But I'm happy to draw on the wider point that Councillor McCabe makes.
Thank you, Mr Moody. Next item of business, agenda item 3, minutes and information bulletin. 3A, minute of meeting of Falkirk Council held on 14th of December 2022, pages 4 to 21. Can we agree that minute? Thank you.
Excuse me, Provost, is this to do with the information bulletin, or is it?
No, this is just the minutes, first of all, Councillor McCabe.
Apologies.
3B, minute of meeting of Falkirk Council held on 23rd of February 2023, pages 22 to 29. Can we agree the minute? Agreed. 3C, minute of the meeting of Falkirk Council held on the 1st of March 2023, pages 30 to 36. Can we agree the minute? Oh, Councillor Buchanan.
Provost, through your indulgence, Provost, just a question in relation to page 35, which FC 68. During this meeting, I brought up the issue about the omittance of one of the major projects that Falkirk Council has been working on for nearly 20 years, and that was the reopening of Bonnybridge Railway Station. I was really disgusted to find that there wasn't even a mention in the inward investment programme in relation to this, and it seems to have sort of went off the radar. What I would like, Provost, obviously there's a lot of new members here who have never been involved in this proposal. It's had all party support during that period of time, and I'm just wondering whether it would be possible to bring forward a report to the next council meeting that would outline the history of this proposal and an update to see exactly where we are at the moment. Thank you, Provost.
We'll go to Malcolm, Mr Benny for a response.
Through you, Provost, happy to bring a report. I would just seek Council's permission to bring it when we've got all the information rather than specifically for the next meeting, if you would indulge me to that.
Okay, thank you. So can we agree the minute? Agreed. Okay. 3D, volume of minutes, volume 3, 22-23. Any comments on the volume of minutes? No. Agree, thank you. 3E, information bulletin, volume 3, 2022-23. Is there any comments on that?
Provost.
Councillor Nimmo.
I've actually got a number of questions which I submitted in advance of this morning's meeting to Mr Moody, and I believe he's put it out to the appropriate officer for comments. I've had written comments to the majority of the questions that I raised, but I think it's important that they're raised in public and that the public get the answers to them. Now, I truly appreciate that there's nobody here from Children's Services this morning. So maybe Mr Moody could answer the first two questions. The first one was in relation to the extension of the online school payment contract, and the second one is in relation to the school taxi contracts. I don't know if you're able to answer these, Colin.
Provost, if you could give me a moment or two, I'll check to see if I have the answers from Children's Services among my emails. I wonder if Councillor Nimmo could maybe proceed with his later questions while I do that.
The next question is in relation to the appointment of a pension fund transition manager. This is going to cost the council £475,000. and I believe it's Amanda Templeman that's responsible for this item. Why is this figure so high, and what are we actually getting for our money?
Okay, we'll go over to Ms Templeman for an answer.
Thank you, Provost. So this appointment of the Pension Fund Transition Manager is not actually going to cost Falkirk Council anything. This is actually through the pension fund. So it's the pension fund that would pay this this contract cost. Whilst it does seem like a high figure, it is a high figure, £475,000. The key point to note is that they are supporting the transition of potentially around about £1 billion worth of assets. Now that's what we have agreed through the pension fund, and in terms of our investment strategy, we have looked to transition assets from one fund manager to another. So the costs are approximately 0.05% of the funds that we are seeking to transition. It is a very complicated piece of work. It will take a significant period of time, and it's all we would rely on the transition manager to mitigate the risks that come with transitioning large sums of money between different markets. So it's a really specialist area, and we anticipate that in transitioning those assets, we will ultimately end up, or the pension fund will ultimately end up paying less in management fees going forward. So there will be a benefit to the fund in doing this work.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ms Templeman. Is that a satisfactory answer?
Thanks for that answer, Amanda. I'll move on to my next question. That's in relation to the item log AS00522, and this is to do with the short-term assessment care service. There's a cost attributed to this of 2.8 million. I'm just wondering if we could maybe elaborate a bit more on this. Is this the total cost for Falkirk Council share? Are NHS Forth Valley and the IGB paying into this as well?
I can come in relation.
Okay, Mr. Tom, are you there?
Yeah, thank you, Provost. Actually, the money that we're getting for this comes from Scottish Government. It's based on the winter pressures funding, and it's actually based on calculations that we put forward in relation to expected capacity that we would need to commission extra beds over the winter period. So it's not a direct, although we're getting funding from government, it's not a direct cost from the partnership. I think the other part of kind of the question was around the intermediate care facility that we did have in the capital plan. The original thinking around that was we would be looking to develop our own capacity on the Falkirk Community Hospital site, but that's been delayed. So I guess from a partnership point of view, it's good that the council have agreed that when we do have a business case to present in the future, we can bring that back. But in relation to the funding, it's specific funding from Scottish Government to relieve the pressures in hospital, and it's specific for interim care beds. Hopefully that answers the question, Councillor. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Tom.
Yep, thanks very much for that answer. Takes me on to my next question in relation to PS 1804. It's to do with the road maintenance framework. There's an operational support cost of £3.9 million. Are we having to outsource this due to previous budget cuts and the lack of staff to do it ourselves?
Mr. Berry?
Through you, Provost. I'll get you it, and happy to share that with all elected members if that's helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Provost. My last question's in relation to SXL 0122. That's a £700,000 contract. Seemingly 8 out of the 11 suppliers pay the 11 wage, but I'm just curious as to what we're doing about the 3 that don't.
Ms. Aldi?
Yeah, thank you, Provost. Happy to pick that up. You are correct, Councillor Number. There are 8 of those suppliers. This is a contract that is awarded via Scotland Excel. So Scotland Excel follow all of the Scottish Government guidance in terms of assessing fair fair work practices by the employers that actually bid for the contracts and the providers that bid for the contracts is very much dependent on the contract about how that is applied, but in this case it would be applied given the workforce. Scotland Excel, for the ones who are not living wage employers, would actively monitor and encourage those employers to become living wage employers. So there is work done by Scotland Excel on behalf of any of the councils, for example, who use that particular contract.
Okay, thanks for that, Karen. That's the end of my questions, Provost. I just wonder if we could maybe go back to Colin.
Yes,
for
I believe Mr. Moody has answered now.
Yes, and also I've noted, Provost, that Ms Lacey's on the call, and I think she maybe has the answers too. So I wonder if I could maybe defer to Sarah as the representative from Children's Services.
Okay, we'll go to Ms Lacey.
Thank you, Provost. I'm not sure if Councillor Nimmo would like to outline the questions for me to provide the responses to.
Yep, I can certainly do that, Provost. The first question was in relation to the extension to the online school payments contract. Now, the paperwork states that this is for catering purposes, but I'm led to believe that it can be used for other things as well as that. Can you just confirm that?
Thank you, Provost. Yes, I can confirm to Councillor Nimmo that the contract extension covers all school payments that would be made online, and that would include a number of other activities such as school trips.
Okay, thanks for that. The other question was in relation to the school taxi contracts. There's a lot of use of acronyms in this paper. IWBS secondary and WBS. I wonder if you could just highlight exactly what these are and why do we have taxis going between Larbert and Cumbernauld, and why we're using taxi companies from Stirling as well.
Thank you, Provost. I'll respond to each of those points raised by Councillor Nimmo. Apologies for the use of acronyms. We will avoid doing that in future. IWBS and WBS, Councillor Nimmo, relate to the Improvement and Wellbeing Service. The taxis that go between Larbert and Cumbernauld are transporting pupils to Condorit Primary School for Gaelic education. And the use of Stirling taxi companies, it's a Stirling base, but the taxi that is particularly in question here does carry a Falkirk licence. Thank you.
No, thanks for these answers. Thanks, Provost.
We'll now go to Councillor Spears.
Just a point of interest on one of Councillor Nimmo's questions regarding the potentials, the pensions, sorry. There is a document about the potential merger, and there's a lot of new elected members because this document came out before the last election. It would maybe be to everybody's advantage to try and get a copy of it and read it, because these pensions obviously affect everybody that works for the council, and especially people on a minimum wage who have a derisory pension, and we should be ashamed of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. Any other comments on the information bulletin? Councillor McCabe.
Sorry, Provost. Apologies for asking beforehand, but I realise now information bulletin was just now. Like Councillor Nimmo, I had circulated some questions I had on the information bulletin. I've received a couple of answers. If I could go through the various items that I had raised. Page 3, it's to do with RIPSA operations. It was addressed to Mr Moody, and the questions that I had asked is whether we are failing in a requirement for annual reporting to members. Second question was, do we have a register of designated authorising officers? I was just really curious to find out if we are in actual fact meeting our requirement under the RIPSA.
Yes, thank you, Provost, and I can assure Councillor McCabe that all legal requirements under the Act are met. There are regular inspections conducted by the regulator in relation to the operation of RIPSA, and there has been a clean bill of health on each of the inspections which has been conducted in relation to the Council's operation of the Act. The one area I think where Councillor McCabe correctly says we have fallen down to an extent is it's best practice to do an annual report into members. It's not a legal requirement, and that fell off the end of the desk, I think, during the COVID period. I think that's partly a reflection as well, Provost, of the fact that we're not a council which carries out a lot of RIPSA activity. And as the report and the information bulletin notes, there were no authorisations during the period referred to. So I think the more pressing need for annual reporting has been less of a case in this council as there have been no authorisations to report.
Thank you, Colin. That satisfies me completely. Another page 11. This was to do with the Greensmouth flood protection. I received a response from Mr. Kettrick, thank you, Paul, where it's basically a typography error. The end date should state the 20th of the 1st, 23, whereas it actually states 22, just to correct that. Just to try and get rid of some of the minor, more minor issues, if you like. One of the questions I asked was to, under page 18, the purchase of vehicles. I think there's a figure of £4 million. Yeah, there's £4 million being set aside for the purchase of vehicles. I was interested in how many vehicles we were purchasing and why we were apparently purchasing from manufacturers. I've had a partial response to that in the fact that we obtain quotes from manufacturers, but the order is ultimately fulfilled by a designated dealer, which is good to know. But I was just concerned that £4 million is an awful lot of money. And this harks back to another issue that I had where we had £300,000 identified to put cameras into vehicles. It's an awful lot of money for vehicles. And I just wanted to try and hone in that we are getting good value for money. £4,300,000 is a lot of money, Provost. So I don't know if Mr. Gardner wants to add anything to what he's previously provided me with.
Mr. Benny.
Through you, Provost. It is a lot of money, but it's actually really good news for the council because it's investment in an electrified fleet. So we're making carbon emission reductions, and that was one of the really positive sort of decisions that council made last year to direct additional funding to this area to accelerate the impact that we're having. And myself and some elected members were down at the depot yesterday to see those vehicles, and I'm looking forward to seeing them out on the road and starting to make an impact on our carbon footprint reductions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Benny. Appreciate that. There's one for Mr. Kettrick, which I hadn't formally previously advised them of. Page 21, modular kitchen at Dunnypace Primary School. Again, thinking on the money side of it, £389,000 for a modular kitchen. It seems quite excessive, Paul. Do you have any input into it? I noticed that it took 3 months for that contract to be worked through. Apologies for not advising you of this before. Could we just have a wee expansion of what was actually involved in that for £390,000?
Not aware of the full details of that one, but certainly modular units that are bespoke in terms of fitted out for kitchens for delivery of school meals or free school meals are quite expensive, and it would have been subject to a competitive tendering process. So I'm happy to provide you further information on that one.
That would be terrific, Paul. Don't go to a lot of time on it, but you know, just give me some rough idea of what was actually involved in it. This is to do with page 13, the short-term assessment care service. Mr. Tom has previously provided some information. I don't know if it actually clarifies things. The question that I had asked is that within the information bulletin, it indicates £2,800,000 for approximately 15 months of a service, where previously at the 1st of March council meeting, £3.7 million of funding for an intermediate care facility was identified. Now that's been reallocated elsewhere. My question was, why is the £3.7 million plus the £2.8 million, which seems to be a kind of annual figure, not being consolidated into £6.5 million to satisfy a chronic need for an intermediate care facility? Could have either I did receive a response that Mrs. Woodcock is going to respond to this, Provost. So if I could have a wee bit more expansion.
Mr. Tom.
Thanks, Provost. I can give a bit of a brief update in relation to that. So the original capital investment was earmarked for developments in Falkirk Community Hospital, and that I think was the 3.7 million. That's been delayed given some issues around the funding for other matters around about Falkirk Community Hospital. The 2.8 million that we have from government for Winters Pressures funding is non-recurring, so it wouldn't be possible to use that for a permanent development. It's for 1.5 years only to get us through the immediate crisis that the hospitals are facing around bed capacity. So we couldn't combine the two. And even if we were able to, we've still not found a site actually that is suitable for an intermediate care facility.
Thank you.
Other options.
No, thank you, Mr. Tom. It explains it a bit, but all it does to me is just highlight how much we do need the intermediate care facility. What we're looking is at 2.8, was it 2.8? 2.8 of short-term funding, which we can't use to provide long-term solutions to this problem. I don't think it's a very efficient way of going about a business. I'll leave that there. Page 49. I have received a response to this. It's to do with the Falkirk Town Centre brief. People will have read in the Falkirk Herald that the reputational damage that gets done to this council is extraordinary at times. We had a presentation given by a company identifying a vision for the town centre, basically the high street. And I don't know if you probably did read about it, but the Howgate Centre was identified as one of the sites that was included. It was embarrassing because the chief executive was then being chased by the owners of the Howgate to say, how can this possibly happen where you're having stuff put out in public that we are unaware of? Now, what I find most disturbing is that we as councillors are unaware of this as well. So my question really was, what was the scope of the work undertaken by 360, the company? Who provided that scope of work? Who agreed the public presentation of damaging visuals? And what checks have been put in place to prevent a reoccurrence? I wonder if Mr. Benny could expand on that, please.
Mr. Benny.
Through you, Provost. The brief for the Falkirk Vision was prepared by the economic development team using best practice from the Scottish Government's pilot project in Paisley. It's a relatively standard piece of work that tries to forecast what the town centre could look like in 20 years' time. The work is interesting and valuable. It was highlighted to elected members that we were going to go out and create a master plan when we brought the update in December about the town centre regeneration activity taking place across the Falkirk area. It's regrettable when people make mistakes, but when mistakes happen, you apologise and then you put it right. And the team immediately apologised once the error was identified. And we are going to organise a further public sort of event where we'll make sure that all stakeholders are fully aware of it happening and can attend. And once we've gathered that information and brought a professional proposal together, we'll bring it back to council for elected members to scrutinise and hopefully approve.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. It still makes it even plainer to me that we as councillors are not being consulted on this before it goes out to the public. I find that really disturbing. It was mentioned that using the brief was based on best practice document created by Scottish Town Partnerships, and before distribution the brief was approved by both place heads of service and put out through Public Contract Scotland procurement portal. No mention of councillors at all in that. I find that quite astonishing. The reason I find it astonishing is because when I ask for where we are in the town centre development, what sites are we looking at, I am told in no uncertain terms, because of commercial confidentiality, you cannot get to know this. Yeah, I can't get to know it. Yet how get to know it? Because they are the owners of a site that potentially we could be knocking down or deciding to redevelop. That's scandalous. We should get to know this. It should come in front of us. We should then approve the master plan, whatever. The fact that it doesn't, as I say, the reputational damage to the council is just beggars belief. So my question really was, what checks have been put in place to prevent a reoccurrence of this? Now, I understand, Mr. Benny, that you're saying you are working through this. You still hadn't mentioned councillors prior to anything being released to the public. Can you assure us here today that we will get approval before it goes out to the general public? Thank you.
Mr. Benny.
Through you, Provost. The documents that went out for public consultation went to a prior meeting with the Council Economic Development Management team. The image in question was highlighted by the team as being incorrect and asked to be removed from the presentation. Unfortunately, when the display happened, the original image was still on display. There is no plan to convert the Howgate into housing. It was an error by the consultant. So as I said, when people make a mistake, you just apologise for that mistake and put it right. And we've apologised to the Howgate for the error. The other thing I'd say is that elected members are very keen when we come forward with proposals to know that those proposals have been consulted on by the public, so that when you are asked to make a decision, you get the full information. So this is an extent of us going out and seeking some information about what stakeholders believe is the future of Falkirk Town Centre, so that when we come back with a master planning document, you have the benefit of that input. So what I can confirm is that a report on the output of the master planning development exercise will come back to council for elected members to consider, and we'll do elected member briefings on that, and we'll answer any questions that you have. But I think the other thing to say is that a master planning document is not a kind of fixed, rigid framework that everyone has to be bound by. It's a visioning exercise to imagine what Falkirk could look like and how we could all work together to make that a reality.
I agree totally. It is a visionary document. It'd be good if we knew about it. It'd be good if we knew that we are talking about transport hubs, talking about redeveloping the old bus station, talking about potentially changing things in the high street. It's just too wide a document.
This is turning into a debate. It's supposed to be questions in the information bulletin.
Yeah, I still haven't received an answer.
I think Councillor McCabe's received an answer.
And
I think we're straying into territory if we were going to end up having a debate between a member and an officer.
I still haven't received the answer about what is being done to prevent this happening again. How is this going to be prevented from happening again?
Mr. Benny, I think you actually addressed that, but
will it come in front of councillors before it goes to public, I suppose, is that just to settle it?
I think that's what Mr. Benny highlights.
As I sit here now, I was pretty confident that elected members were familiar with the idea that the council was committed to an urban regeneration of Falkirk Town Centre. There are a number of sites within Falkirk Town Centre which are large, which are not currently being maximised, and all the master planning exercise does is identify those and consider what could be done with them. I don't believe that that's information that is not familiar with elected members, and I'm happy to hold a meeting between any elected member who needs an update on that with my team. The master planning exercise will come back to council for a full consideration once we have a proposal that is coherent and strong.
Do you have another question?
No, that's fine, promise, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears, do you have a question?
No, it's really a point of clarification, but in the form of a question.
No, if you don't have a
question.
Okay.
The question is, you say we don't live in an imaginary world, and I find that a bit perplexing. But you say that we all love consultation. Why do you not uphold consultation? And I quote the example of Falkirk Town Hall, where we did seek consultation.
No, that's not a question on the information bulletin, Councillor Spears. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we'll now move on to the role and action log. Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And as usual, this is the item on the agenda where we have a note of reports which have previously been requested by Council with an update on whether those are to date and where they're not, where there's an explanation for that. I think the rolling action log is largely up to date. There was one report, I think, that was anticipated for this meeting, but there's an explanation provided in the action log as to why it's not present on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions on the role and action log? Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. We've basically just been talking about the town centre master plan. This is to do with page 38. Part of that is the council HQ update. The expected update report was due today. I see that the delay is resulting from the need to further advance negotiation with the preferred site landowner and undertake the appropriate diligence of proposed acquisition. So I'm going to ask the question, who is the preferred site landowner?
Mr. Berry.
Through you, Provost. I'm not in a position to give that answer, and that's why the report is not ready to come before council. I want to bring a report to council once there is a decision that council can make on the acquisition of a site.
Can we have any insight into who or why the site owner is continuing discussions? Is it because we're not offering enough money? Is it because
I don't think that's up for discussion at this point, Councillor McCabe.
Okay, Provost. Page 39. The strategic property review. I'd like to acknowledge, first of all, the work carried out by Mr Kettrick and Craig Isdale. This is a massive piece of work that's been allocated 2 months for public consultation. Why was it only allocated 2 months for public consultation? We make great play of going out to the public for that consultation, and we only allow 2 months. And then, as Councillor Spears alluded to, we ignored the consultation, we ignored the feedback.
Yeah, Councillor McCabe, could I just say that this is coming up on the agenda anyway? So
that's fine, Provost. I'm happy to. Yeah. Part of. I'll just state it here, Provost, because it will come back up. I'm sure that the SPR was being compiled during my previous tenure as a councillor, 2012, 2017. My big question about this, and I'm sure it will come up during the general discussion, Provost, is why it's taken so long for this to be basically just dumped on us. I'll leave that until later on.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Again, Provost, I'm not quite sure if, because it's part of the rolling action log. Let me just have a look here. Yeah, I appreciate we're going to have develop a discussion on the strategic property review, Provost. But the only reason I had these questions is because it is part of the rolling action log, where the expected report is on the 23rd of February. That's last month. So it's part of that. However, I'm prepared to leave that until we come to the strategic property review. And just one question, Mr Kettrick provided me with a bit of an answer to a previous briefing that we had. It won't form part of the strategic property review, but it's a wee query that I do have. This is to do with the Denny Town House not being recognised as a core property, despite being the equivalent of Falkirk West only municipal chamber.
Councillor McCabe, could you keep that till the agenda item on the SPR, please?
It's only because it doesn't feature within the SPR that I raise it there, Provost. It's fine, leave it. I'll speak to Mr Kettrick after the meeting. That would be
okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Provost.
Any other questions on the rolling action log? No. Agenda item 5, strategic property review update. There are 3 deputations we've received for this item. Arlene Graham and Therese Cochrane will be speaking for Bonnybus Community Education Association, and Ramsey Chapman will be speaking for Polmont Hill Snow Sports Club, Snow Sports Scotland. And Bailey Ross will be speaking on behalf of the high school. So we'll hear the 3 deputations. Well, first of all, has council agreed to hear the deputations?
Agreed.
Agreed, thank you. Okay. Carolina Surmack is unable to attend today, but she did send out a statement on the ski slope, so I just wondered if everybody maybe received a copy of that. Okay, thank you. So we'll now hear the deputations, and after the deputations have all been heard, then you can ask questions of the deputies. Keep a track of it. I'll call him. Keep a track of it. So welcome Arlene and Therese. So just whenever you're going to share it between yourselves.
Yes.
Okay. Carry on.
It'll be a statement, which keeps me right. It's a statement basically that we want to read. I'll read half of the statement and then Arlene will go through some of the points that we've actually had a meeting about and had a wee chat about. This is really on behalf of the Community Centre Committee. We are the what do you call it, the trustees, so we've come here to sort of put this in front of you. So what we've started with is this community needs and deserves a centre. Falkirk Council were gifted this land according to historical documents, which we have looked into, in order to provide the people of Bonnybridge with a community centre. And although there were many loopholes, the public entrusted Falkirk Council to ensure that provision was made for the people of Bonnybridge through a community centre. Due to the mismanagement of Falkirk Council, the centre fell into disrepair, and regardless, our aim as a community was to utilise this centre to its fullest. This has been achieved over the past 50 years. It is a vital part of projects and community clubs today who continue to use the facility. The understanding is that the school and libraries will be used as an alternative within the area, which is not reflected in the recent update of the SPR. They are not equipped to fulfil this capacity, along with the safety aspect of school pupils. However, with the current footfall, that is not in the update of the SPR.
I'd like to take a moment to highlight the SPR survey and the consultation. At a time when the council are looking to save money, how much does this cost to implement? From the reports to advertising, team specialist consultations, materials. Ask yourself, why did you get a poor response from the public? 90 replies from Bonnybridge when it was in the process for so long. The public were not made aware of this properly. Centre staff and voluntary management committees finding out by chance. Mistakes again being repeated. The public are closing themselves off as they have lost faith in their council. This has already been highlighted before in a Falkirk Community Planning Partnership, the Falkirk Plan, on the 29th of April 2021, when it was talking about recovering from COVID. And I can actually quote from that. Bonnybridge is prosperous on the face of it, but there is hidden poverty, hence the need for its food bank. Concern that places like Denny get attention where areas like Bonnybridge don't. Lots of new build estates in Bonnybridge help to hide true levels of poverty. This averaging effect papers over the cracks and hides the true issues. Recognition that there is a strong community spirit and goodness within the community. People are willing to help. Can this be a channel to provide more volunteering opportunities for young people? Community centres are an important asset gathering place for local communities to come together to support the most vulnerable. Older people, the mental health and well-being of the elderly has been hugely impacted by COVID-19 and lockdown. Loneliness and social isolation will be a huge issue coming off lockdown. The feeling is that there'll be no money spent in Bonnybridge Town Centre other than Greggs and Tesco Express, i.e. private enterprise, not council. On page 3, it says consultation fatigue. But nothing ever changes. This is frustrating. People are fed up. The council partnership need to act as they've been told the same things for years. Communities give their thoughts, but there's no feedback. The process needs to get better. Page 4, better communication. One attendee only found out by accident, which we find is the case with the SPR again. These meetings are taking place. How is this information cascaded into local communities? The way these meetings are communicated to local communities is very weak. Page 5, digital inclusion leaflets are crucial. Almost 6 million adults in the UK have never opened a computer and have never used the internet. Majority are over 70 years. Accessibility of communications, some people can't read, write, and they are easily overlooked. I personally requested a map to display in our centre and paper copies of the survey. Only the map materialised. I stressed people miss a lot online and paper copies may get a bigger response, yet none were given. The quotes read earlier prove it has been identified in the past. A lack of computer skills or support for literacy means many voices are being missed. 2 members spent a little time going into our community with petitions before we held our own public meeting. The petition, after 1 week, produced 358 signatures, which I have with me here. That was only after 1 week. The public meeting we held had over 100 attendees in comparison to the poorly attended consultation that was held in Bonnybridge Library. I ask you as councillors, are you really hearing the true voice of Bonnybridge going by inaccurate information written in a report written by people who have never stepped foot in our community centre?
So on behalf of the community, the committee have given their heart and soul to the centre for people's well-being, and to close this centre would be devastating, as this would have a detrimental effect to our whole community, which could potentially lead to the increase in mental health, isolation, loneliness, disability exclusion and financial hardships, which is already at breaking point. This community has been built on trust, togetherness and strong community spirit, and diminish any hope for the foundation of our future generations. We are a very small committee and are not able to devote our time due to other community commitments or resources needed to take over it as community asset transfer, and feel we have been misled and have been pressurised into taking the community asset transfer. Now, we received information that there are 10 others who have expressed an interest. However, due to the GDPR, that information cannot be divulged unless we express an interest to the community asset transfers. Therefore, we, the committee, and the members of the community have been ostracised in any collaboration with those who are interested in taking over the centre, and yet it has been said that community groups should be working together. This is an impossible task, which we have found when information has been held and no one has come forward to the centre committee at all regarding the assistance to help with the asset transfer. Excuse me a minute, Heather. Our final point is that this should be a year of celebration, as the centre has just had its 50th anniversary. Instead, the community has to fight to keep the heart of the community beating.
I'd just like to thank you for your time.
Well, thanks very much for your presentation. No, just stay where you are. Right, stay where you are. We'll now go to Ramsey Chapman. Will be speaking first on behalf of Snow Sports Scotland, and then we'll have Bailey Ross. You've got 10 minutes, Mr. Chapman.
Provost, thank you very much. Elected members, ladies and gentlemen attending the meeting, it's a pleasure to be here and represent Snow Sports Scotland, the national governing body for snow sports. I'm here with a passion and here with a plea, and it's regarding your local snow sports centre based at Polmont. Some of you hopefully might be familiar with that. I'd like to talk about the value of the centre, and I'd like to propose at the end of my presentation that the council consider if it could be excluded from the proposals, which we believe include a number of facilities, quite a significant number of facilities, on the grounds that we put forward. I'm accompanied today by young Bailey, who's 16 years old, star skier, local lad, goes to Braid High School, and Bailey's story of his life really has been around the use of that centre, and he will share with some passion his journey, and I hope you'll embrace and warmly welcome him. He's very nervous. I'd like to start off by saying that we only have across the entire country 12 artificial snow sports centres. Aberdeen, Glasgow, Edinburgh are some, and there are a few others littered across rural areas. Polmont represents a really significant part of those 12, covering an area, this local area, Polmont and Falkirk area, of some 550,000 people. No, they don't all participate there, but absolutely that will be something we would strive to encourage moving forwards. Polmont is the 6th most significant centre in Scotland in terms of its population coverage, but is really key to the coverage of, in particular, the lower quintiles of the Scottish Index of Multiple Deprivation areas, with a number of schools and people living in the lower quintiles. As a sport for us, Polmont represents a really key place where people can come and involve themselves in learning to do snow sports. It is the cheapest place to do snow sports in Scotland. For as little as a few pounds, less than £5, people can come and engage in snow sports. And those would be people who wouldn't necessarily have the opportunity to do so and travel abroad or even afford the cost of going to the Scottish mountains. It's a chance and an opportunity for people to learn the sport, but added to that, for those who don't want to do skiing, it's an opportunity for perhaps children with learning disabilities or schools generally to come to the centre and engage in tubing, which is just a fun participant game where we all get involved in lying in round rubber tubes and sliding up and down the slope. There are some of the learning disability schools that have come and got involved in that, and the benefit it brings to the children is immeasurable. So for participation, it's key to us as snow sports, but also for the development of workforce. Bailey is a prime example of what could be achieved if we've got young people with enthusiasm and motivation to become qualified, to become a workforce member in the snow sports community. And he's the youngest qualified instructor for snow sports and now undertaking work at the centre. So it represents a place where youngsters can become trained, people can become part of the workforce. But added to that, as a governing body with an interest in performance, we see it key to the opportunity for kids to get the chance to learn the sport and go on, develop their skills, and it ultimately becomes selected potentially for Scotland and indeed higher schemes and teams. And Bailey here, he's got with him his Scottish jacket. He has been selected for the Scottish squad, and that largely is thanks to his opportunity of learning snow sports at Polmont. So I'm going to hand you over now to Bailey, let him tell you a little bit about his story. As I say, he's very nervous. Please be warm and encourage him and give him a smile. Bailey.
Thank you, Billy, and just relax, don't be nervous, just carry on.
Perfect, thank you very much. So I'm Bailey Ross. I'm a local lad about Falkirk. I go to Braes High, and I live roughly about 5 to 10 minutes away from the slope itself. So I learned how to ski at Polmont when I was 5 years old, and I used to be a really big kind of lad that used to really enjoy football, and that was the only thing I could ever see myself doing. So one day I went to Polmont for a taster session, thought it was amazing, best thing I've ever done. A week later I decided to quit football and follow my dream to be, hopefully, an Olympic skier. Not reached it yet, but still getting there. Give me a couple more years. So I went through all the ranks at Polmont. I started off as a young beginner, slowly working my way through. And then from there, I got myself into racing. So for other people, if the slope closes, it means that young people won't have the opportunity to do what I do, to start off at a young age, work their way up, and hopefully compete in the Scottish team. Without Polmont being here today, I wouldn't be standing in front of us. I probably wouldn't be doing much sport. I wasn't too good at football when I was younger. I don't know what I'd be doing. Skiing has always been a sport that's been there for me whenever I needed it, and it can be there for the young people too. It also teaches you a little bit about resilience. You can't just expect to go on a slope and learn how to ski without falling over. You will fall. And that means that these young people and our elders will need to stand up, and they'll keep going, and they'll be determined to keep on trying. So that's also the lesson that's taught me. Now, when we think about skiing, we think about the money that we need to go abroad and buy all the equipment and how expensive it can be. But Pullman's here for us, and it's at our home. It's relatively affordable for people. And to be honest, you get the same fun feeling when you're at Pullman from the same as being abroad. So for the young people that are slowly getting through there and slowly coming through the ranks and enjoying skiing, it's not about just going abroad. They can move what they've learned between slope to slope. Say they're going up for a school trip and they go to wherever it could be. It could be anywhere in Scotland, anywhere in the Alps. They can use exactly what they've learned from Pullman and move it over to any slope they're skiing on. Now, I started at quite a young age, but for most people, they normally start about 8 or 9. That's an age where the outdoor education is key. We need outdoor education. That's why we have skills and groups and places that we can go to do activities such as skiing. I know that there's a lot of cycle groups going about Scotland. Different groups that just open up the whole outdoor education, which brings friends, it brings determination, brings motivation. Overall, it just makes a young person happy. So I'm not sure you are aware, but there is a small group of people that have came from Pullman Ski Slope that do train and race internationally from local schools. Without the slope being here as a home ground to train on, these people would never be away to international competitions to train and represent Scotland. Myself and a few others from the area were we were representing Scotland at the ISF World Junior Games in Turkey, which unfortunately got cancelled last month. So I wasn't out. I'm meant to be currently out in teen at the moment, but focusing on school. As I'm not doing that, I've been training at Pullman pretty much every day of the week. I don't think there's ever been a week where I've had 2 days away from the slope. So the slope is really key for young people to get active as much as possible and enjoy their time there. Thank you very much.
So
Thank you.
if I can thank Bailey and just sum up, if I may. Bailey's told you his story. It is crucial for his journey. It's crucial for many, and it's crucial for more than just snow sports. As a going concern, we know a rebuild of a slope like Pullman will be in the region of £2 million. Once it's gone, I suspect it probably is gone. So our plea is for us to consider taking this out of the proposal for closure and looking at some other models. Now, we have 2 clubs, Bathgate Snow Sports Club and Polmont Hill Snow Sports Club, who are willing to step up and work with the local authority to look at operating models that will transform the current financial position for the centre. We've seen the summary figures that have been presented, and with the help of the national governing body, the 2 local clubs, we believe the model can be turned around and it can be turned into a sustainable centre. Every other local authority, and indeed charitably owned or privately run artificial centre in Scotland, is currently turning out a surplus. We believe we can replicate that model with the right involvement with the right people. Very little else to say other than summing up that our wish is for, as you consider your proposal for all the facilities to be considered for closure, that Pullman's potentially excluded from that list for the reasons we've put forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much for your presentation, and we'll now open up for questions. Councillor Hannah.
Could I make a request first before we open up for questions, Provost, please? That one of the officers could read out Carolina's, because Carolina was keen to have her opportunity to speak to the committee, and she has emailed everyone. I think it would be useful. She's been unable to attend today herself. Would it be possible for one of the officers to read out her comments?
Okay, I think Mr. Moody will possibly read out the comment statement.
Thank you, Provost. This is simply reading the email which has been distributed to all members of the council, but it will allow members of the public to know what has been said by Carolina. I have asked to speak at the meeting tomorrow. Unfortunately, I'm unable to attend, and I've taken this opportunity to email councillors instead to make you aware of some aspects I wish to cover. I'm not trying to influence the votes, I'm simply trying to raise awareness. Our petition to save Pullman ski slope reached 2,500 signatures within weeks after launching. It's only been shared on all the local Facebook pages when it reached 2,000 signatures. There are around 350 children using the slope regularly every week, plus many more less frequently. This place means so much to many individuals and families. Almost all current instructors learned how to ski there, and now as teenagers and young adults are teaching others. It is so uplifting to see young people being so responsible and motivated. That's all thanks to the opportunity they have had at the Pullman ski slope. There are also many success stories. One very recent one is that there are 2 boys from Brace High School representing Scotland at the 2023 International School Sport Federation Winter Games in Turkey. Their school team also qualified for, but ended up not competing at, the British Schools Dry Slope Championships after placing 3rd in the Scottish Schools Dry Slope Championships at Hill End. As you can see from the ranking list, they were skiing against all the private schools, Boroughmuir being the only other state school. They usually do well at dry slope competitions due to the fact that most of the feeder primary schools have blocks of lessons at Hill End. And then, of course, many continue skiing and join Lothian's ski racing who train at Hill End. This is a family-friendly slope with excellent dedicated instructors used by the whole of central Scotland, including Edinburgh. It's also the only opportunity for children from deprived areas throughout all Falkirk districts to try the sport. Closing the slope would deprive them from the opportunity, deepening the inequality gap. This is a very affordable place where whole families spend time together, creating bonds, giving them a sense of belonging, motivation to achieve, and belief they can succeed despite being from poorer backgrounds. And that ends the statement which has been submitted. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moody. We'll now go to Councillor Spears.
Myself. Thank you. I have some questions for both sections, and just to mention Colina for a minute, she was emailing me frantically all last night, and I tend to agree with every word she has said. Can I ask in Bonnybridge, and I know you've got one councillor sitting just along from me who will be appalled at the thought of losing a community centre there. You say you feel ostracised. Do you feel that maybe this council's too centralist in Falkirk and that facilities out with that central bubble are being lost here and the people of Bonnybridge will suffer greatly through that?
Yes, the thing we feel ostracised with is I think that we're being discounted with information. Information has not been present all the time, and we feel that the consultation period, we didn't know about it until it was brought to our attention. I felt it was like a hidden agenda. That's what we felt. It's a hidden agenda where the information was underneath 75 pages of information. So going people who are in Bonnybridge, going through 75 pages is a bit of a task. So because somebody was able to inform us of the importance of maybe the last page, no say it's the last page, but we were able then to take action.
The people of Bonnybridge.
This is great.
Sorry. The people of Bonnybridge, the latest SPR update is over 200 pages. I don't think the people of Bonnybridge are going to read that. They still don't know the extent that this is, that today you could be voting potentially a keeper centre or loser centre. We're still getting told, oh, it's not coming up until 2026. There's so much misinformation, it's too confusing for people and they don't realise the extent of this. So it's not clear and it's no, the council should be on the ground. We feel we're being missed. Everybody else is getting regeneration. We're not. That's what
This appears more than a trend or a mistake in the imaginary world we're all meant to live in. So you don't rate the Falkirk Council consultation very high?
I don't think it was long enough. I think it was too short a period because people did not know about the effects that it was going to have. They didn't know about it. It wasn't publicised enough. We attended the first meeting in Bonnybridge at the library, and it was during the day when most people were at their work, so there was very few. It wasn't a great amount there, but there was people who were able to sort of speak up. The only thing I can say now is that this committee, what we've done, we've worked forward with everything from, I think it's about 3 years we've been going with the committee. And since we've been going, there was nothing done within a 30-year period at the Bonnybridge. We managed to get it refurbished. We got new flooring, we got things, Wi-Fi, and now it's thriving. It's more so because of the groups that are coming in. And we've started a club, the Happy Mondays, which is for people who are lonely or have, isolated. And we've been doing, I think it's 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
4 Mondays.
4 Mondays we've done it, and we do 11 to 2. They get a soup, a sandwich, a cup of tea, home baking, things like that. And Monday there we had 42 people there.
So the past 4 Mondays we've served over 150 people. We're giving them, it's a bit like a warm space.
Right.
And for that, we've actually got people come forward wanting to do men's mental health group and things like that as well. So you're taking that away for the community.
Myself personally, I was chairman of a community centre for 32 years, running in conjunction as chairman of another community centre for 26 years. So that's over 50 years experience, and I am well aware how much they are needed.
Yeah.
Because
you have another question, Councillor Spears?
Yeah, can I move on now to the Pullman snow slope? And I'd like to thank you very much, Ross and Bailey, for coming along. Ross and I had a chance to have a small conversation before the meeting today. Colina, I'll include you in this if you're listening. Thanks for all your emails last night. I hope I can speak on your behalf and try and make people realise the importance of this ski centre. The aspiration of young people to go on and teach gymnastics, skiing, running, everything else is going to make this area a desert for talent.
Councillor Spears, what's your question?
That is not right.
What's your question?
The question is, do you think you will have a future in this area if you want to take up any sort of a physical education as a job?
Yeah, so at the moment I've finished my coaching qualification and I've spent about 40 to 45 hours at the ski slope already, shadowing other coaches so that I can learn from them pretty much. I've had lots of time abroad as well. So the amount of time that I've had abroad looking at other coaches, I mean, I've worked with some of the best coaches in Europe, best coaches in Scotland, all over the country. And I definitely want to start working at Pullman to try and teach younger people that one day they could hopefully be like me or even some of the World Cup racers for Great Britain. So I don't know how much we all know about skiing, but Britain's best skier, male skier, Dave Riding, came from down south, and he skied every single day on a dry slope. And eventually he got to the point where he was asked to join the British team, and he went away out, and he still trains in races today. And he's now won 3 gold medals in the Kitzbühel slalom, which is pretty impressive. So for young people, for me, it's giving back to the community.
I know my one son, he done his job experience at Pullman Hill Ski Slope, and we had just come back to Livigno, and he was fairly proficient. He won a medal there, and he absolutely loved the ski slope, and as many children do, and we need to be very careful here in the legacy that we leave our children and the facilities that they need if they want to go in for international success, if they want to go in for employment.
Do you have another question, Councillor Spears?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hall?
Thank you, Provost. And I'd just like to say thank you to those who have come and spoken so eloquently and from the heart about the services that they want to defend and protect. And thank you to Carolina as well for her thoughts about the ski slope. First of all, for the Bonnybridge deputation, I'm really impressed by all the different things you've said going on, and I'm not very familiar with it because I'm not the councillor for that area, but I'm impressed with the range of activities that you've been involved with in the community centre. And I'm also impressed with the fact that within the report, it does say that Bonnybridge is one of the most highly utilised buildings out of the whole 133 buildings. Can I ask you, do you see scope for increasing the usage of the building in any way, because it is one of the most utilised already? So it might be a bit of a challenge.
What we're finding just now, it's still Falkirk Council run, but alongside the BCEA, the Voluntary Management Committee, they don't pay for any staff at the weekends, so it could be totally utilised at the weekend. The new committee ourselves are the first time ever to be key holders, so we could be putting more voluntary time in at the centre at the weekends. It could be used a lot more. We have started implementing new things like we did up the lounges, we've put in Wi-Fi, we're trying to modernise it with the money that we have in the pot right now. So beyond that, we have lots of other ideas that we could bring in and the footfall isn't taken into consideration in your SPR, it's attendance. We actually have about 600 that use the centre a week, but you're going by attendance figures. The SPR reflects it's 20% usage, but it's more than that if you take it into footfall. So it is actually highly used. Sometimes it's actually hard to get a booking in there. So and we don't have a high school or anything near us. So our commute from Bonnybridge to Denny High School, the proposed the high school that they're talking about, is a long commute. Yeah, for the likes of myself, a single parent who's got if you've got 3 young children and you need to bus it there, you're having to get 2 buses for where I start, and then you have to go to Denny Cross, walk from Denny Cross to Denny High. It's not safe. And by the time we do that, my kids are autistic. That's them tired. That's them wanting to go home. The elderly who access the centre want to do it during the day. So how can I ask you to consider the fact, how can you get them to go into the school during the day for their wee clubs? Where are the storage going to go for their bowling? They do indoor bowls, so that's fitness, mental health, well-being. You want to strip all that away for a whole generation. Disability groups use the centre because their centre is the best one for them. They come for, I think it's Camlin, because that suits them better, and they've been going to our centre for years.
And with the new calf open, sorry for interrupting, for the new calf opening, they actually come in before their bowls and sit and have a cup of tea and a chat, and it seems to be lighten the mood for things, and it's wonderful just to hear them.
And we also started plans for changing places. We were working with changing places, if everybody's familiar with that. They drew up plans and we were about to have one, but because this has came up they've had to put it on hold. That would have been the first change in places in Bonnybridge, and it would have brought more people in. So we've actually got lots of ideas to bring it forward, but us as a committee cannot take on CAT because we also do the Roots Food Bank, and that's a high commitment as well. So obviously,
question, Councillor Hart?
Yeah, thank you. You've answered what was my second question as well, so thank you very much. And I think I'm going to have to come out and visit and see some of the activities. I also have a question though for the ski slope deputation. The figures in the SPR report suggest a fairly low level of usage and a high level of subsidy. But you've been saying quite clearly that every other dry ski slope in Scotland actually makes a profit. I wonder if you'd like to say a little more about how you think that could be turned around, both to increase the usage of the ski slope and to increase the income to the ski slope to make it more viable. And I mean, just give a few examples of the things that other ski slopes are doing, please.
Yes, of course. I think the starting point would be that Polmont doesn't open currently on a Sunday, and there have been some efforts to do so, but across the other ski centres, Sundays represent in the region of 20% of their overall income stream for the year. The majority of revenue for your average artificial slope, as with many facilities and recreational facilities, is sought after 3:30 in the afternoon on weekdays through to closing time, and then on Saturdays and Sundays. The majority of the revenue that could be brought in on Sundays, interestingly, probably would not be skiing. It would more likely be tubing. It's a day of parties and families getting together, but that can make a significant difference. The other key piece is marketing. The reach of the centre at the moment is very limited. There's not a Facebook presence or an Instagram presence, and we're aware that the other facilities across the country are very active using social media to promote inclusion and engagement by people. And then the third piece that's worth bringing to the table is that the national governing body is embarking upon an EDI programme, Equality, Diversity and Inclusion programme, whereby across the country we're seeking to bring all SIMD, Scottish Index of Multiple Deprivation schools in quintiles 1 and 2 to skiing, ideally for free. Now that project is ambitious, but that's set to run over the next 4 years. Now, if we can engage the schools to come to the centre before 3:30, the revenue streams start to increase significantly, because that will be the quietest time currently for the centre. So Sundays, more marketing activity, and then an EDI programme.
Thank you. And with your permission, I'll just add a supplementary, please.
Okay.
I mean, one of the things that I had noticed, and I'm glad you mentioned the use of social media. I had a constituent who was talking about it and who really wanted to take his children to the ski slope, but looked on the website and said, but it's £90 a lesson. And I said, no, it's not £90 a lesson. That's for a whole series of 10 lessons. And I wonder if you can maybe say something more about the actual advertising of the ski slope, because it does appear to me that there might be scope there as well in the more general advertising.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to find fault with those that actually look after the advertising for it, but I think much more can be done. An appropriate website that does marketing accurately and has effective pricing that people can understand. Added to that, some proactive outbound communication is the key to this as well. So it reaches people rather than people having to reach it. So it's a combination of website and social media.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If we go on to Councillor Garner now, thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I'd like to thank all the people that came here and done their presentations. They spoke very well, and I'd also like to congratulate Bailey. There's nothing more satisfying than representing your country, which I've done in my chosen sport as well. I have a couple of questions for Ramsey. And the first one, I'm not sure if he'll know, but does he know how much it is to relay the artificial surface and how long that's currently been down?
The matting will suffice for probably a year or two more, but an ongoing replacement programme would be required to be put in place. The staff at the centre, I believe, do regularly make requests for staged matting replacement, but a full replacement of the entire mat would be a significant investment. The prices have gone up. It'll be hard to estimate, but to give an idea, we would, I'll give you some rough ballpark figures. We'd envisage 300,000 to 400,000 just to replace the matting if that was necessary, but the matting wouldn't, as I say, be required to be replaced in its full extent. It would be a staged process.
Thank you. And the other question I have, and obviously you'll be aware of the figures, it's a 161,000 subsidy per year, which equates to a £12.25 subsidy per admission, which is large. I think you'd agree with that. So my question is basically to you is snow sports, because you've obviously said how important this facility is. Is there any way your organisation could help fund this, and do you do this anywhere else in the country?
We're not gifted to produce funding per se, but absolutely we believe there's an equation that can be put together with the involvement of both the governing body and the clubs, with the right level of marketing, right type of marketing, and the right operating model. I believe that can be turned around significantly. We haven't seen the detailed accounts. We've not been party to that yet. We'd be very keen to scrutinise that and have a look at what the costs are. Certainly, we've spoken with the staff at the centre and aware of the details of the revenues as they see it, but we're very keen to see the accounts and then start to explore the opportunities.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
We'll now go to Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Provost, and again, just to reiterate what colleagues have said, thank you both deputations for the information you've provided. Bailey, I sincerely hope to be cheering you on in a future episode of Ski Sunday. So yeah, congratulations and keep going. If I can, Provost, I'd like to ask a couple of questions of Mr. Chapman, if possible. Snow Sports Scotland, do you consider Polmont Hill a national facility or a facility of national importance?
So with only 12 across the country, it's key to our national development plan, absolutely. Okay. But as well as that, regionally, locally, it's really key to the local community. So I think it serves two really important roles.
Okay, thank you for that. In terms of it being both a national and regional facility, what role does Polmont Hill play in Snow Sports Scotland's 2030 National Facilities Strategy?
It's one of the three components, I suppose, I described earlier. Its key role is to facilitate participation, facilitate workforce development, i.e. the training of instructors, people such as Bailey, who then can go on to work there. And then the third piece is that role of developing youngsters, giving them the skills to go on and perform at the highest level. I'm not sure that quite answers the question.
I've been looking at Snow Sports Scotland's website, and I can't find the National Facilities Strategy online. It's referred to, but it's not on there, unfortunately. Through the 2019-2020 outcomes that Snow Sports Scotland have published on their website, it cites a 33% increase in annual funding and sponsorship income, which equates to £100,000 and up 8% on 2018-19. I wonder if you can advise what support, not just in terms of funding, but what other support would come from that and those figures in relation to supporting places like Polmont Hill, and how that could be achieved going forward.
Yes, that's quite an old strategic plan piece of detail you're representing. The landscape's changed somewhat around sponsorship, and it doesn't sit in our current 22 to 26 strategy in anything like the same vein. That said, sponsorship is always an opportunity for centres, and there are centres that already at the moment take advantage of sponsorship deals to cover aspects of their costs. but that's a hard place to secure revenues. I'm not going to make any pretense about how difficult that space is.
No, thank you. And Provost, with your indulgence, a final question. You're aware? Are you aware of the report itself that's in front of us today? Speaks quite heavily of alternative partnership model deliveries. What role could you see Snow Sport Scotland play in that throughout the forthcoming process if agreed today?
I think we're very keen to be part of it, but at the moment, and I think until such time as we know we have the platform, we can see the accounts, we can look at the numbers in detail, it's very hard to answer that question. But I think we have ambition and we're willing, and we must protect our 12 centres. We only have the 12. So I think the point here is that we're a willing party. The detail within that, we're really not able to talk about at this stage.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you. We'll now go to Councillor Redmond, Councillor Steenbank, and we'll finish off with Councillor McCabe. I think that's been quite a fair hearing. Councillor Redmond.
Thanks, Provost. I've got questions for both, but just start with the community centre. How do you feel the council has approached you with regards to the community asset transfer? Do you feel as if you've been supported into it, or do you feel as though
pressurised?
Pressurised. So how would you say you've been pressurised?
Just that every question that we've asked, the answer has been yes, we go for asset transfer. You know what I mean? That's what we go for. Go to CVS. You know what I mean? So we, as a committee for the community centre, work on behalf of them, but we also have our own community group, which plays a big part in Bonnybridge. So we've got things.
We also utilise the
we utilise the community centre as well, and there's lots are involved, and I think taking over the asset transfer is a big commitment. I mean, we have 2 properties at the moment that we rent, but we're basically at the peppercorn rent, and we got them when there was nothing in it, so we've had to really work hard, go and get funding. We don't take all the funding from Bonnybridge. It's about putting things back to the community, so we go externally. But we've just, well, the other unit we've got, what's happened is we've had to install heating. We're food bank, for the time we've been in it, has been absolutely frozen. We're getting a bit way, you know, really cold. So it's about how we get the funding to do what we've got to do. So to take on board the community centre, which is a massive building, would be absolutely, you couldn't do it, just as because it ends up, it's the 3 musketeers that are going forward with everything because you're passionate about stuff. But when it comes to the cutting, the job is the same, just going and doing things. The support at the moment is no there, and I think it's about working on that. But the community asset transfer for us, for that, is we couldn't do that. And the problem being is that we 3 are the ones that are spearheading everything. And I mean, we've tried our best as much as we possibly can. But then what a lot of the community, they'll say, oh, Roots is taking it over. Because the fact is that what we do within the community is vital.
I mean, it's nice for them to have that confidence in us as a food bank, and we've worked hard to put that connection into the community. It's not viable for us to run both, and obviously poverty and that comes first. We do access the centre and put on free summer clubs and that for children at the weekend, during the summer, for the summer holidays, for those who can't afford to go on holiday. So you're going to be taking that away for a whole generation, and we're inspiring kids to want to volunteer with us and things like that as well. So we're doing Duke Edinburgh with Denny High School. They're coming in volunteering during the summer scheme and things like that. So we're not actually going to have, it would literally rip the heart of the community centre. Asset transfer, again, for our small committee, it's not viable. Although we would like to save our community centre, we've done all that we can. We're happy to remain as a committee, but we can't take it on as a full responsibility.
The thing is, if we did know, or what normally would happen if somebody expresses an interest, if they'd contacted us at the committee, we would certainly have worked with it. As I said, we've built up a wee bit of a report with everything that's happening, and we're interested in going forward. Our main aim is to save the centre. It's not basically about personal, it's about saving the centre. If that's going to happen with collaboration with another 10 groups, that'd be absolutely brilliant, but they've never approached us. Nobody has approached the committee to say that this is what's happening. Let's get together, let's get the show on the road.
So to say to us there's 10 people or groups that are interested in taking community asset transfer, us as a management committee who are fighting to save our centre have not been informed who they are due to GDPR. So we're getting told that the only way you can find out is if you put an interest in. We don't want to put an interest in as ourselves because it's too high a commitment. So that means we're ostracised for whoever else is put in for that. So I think we do feel we're being pressurised and backed into a corner, so to speak, to take on community asset transfer when we know we won't be. The community centre won't manage. We've not got the skills for that, no for what we do.
You got another question, Councillor?
I've got a question for the ski slope. I just wanted to say thanks to Aline and Teresa for coming today and all the hard work they do for Bonnie Bridge above and beyond running, because they obviously run the food bank things as well. And we're asking quite a lot of them and do a lot of great work for the community. So just thought I'd say thanks.
Thank you.
Just on the ski slope, I think I heard you saying there's 12 ski slopes across Scotland and the other ones all run at a profit. Is that right?
There's 12 artificial slopes. Yeah.
And are they council run, or would you?
They're a mixed council, charitable organisations and 2 privately run by clubs.
Oh, there you go. And would you say that, do they charge dearer fees? Or is it just?
Yes.
So that's how much dearer would they be comparatively?
Some of the prices are comparable. Some of them are more. But we've always welcomed the pricing model that's been there for Polmont, clearly for engagement reasons. But if it doesn't stack up, it needs to be looked at. And that's the detailed examination we like to do if given the opportunity to actually take a look at the model and see what the pricing needs to become. But it may be a case of actually just adjusting the model rather than taking a like for like and dropping the price.
Yeah, maintenance. No, that's fine. Thanks, and thanks a lot for coming. You've done really well. Cheers.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Redmond. We'll go to Councillor McCabe and then we'll finish up with Councillor Buchanan.
Thank you, Provost. Some of the questions I have here already received some answers from Arlene and Teresa and Ian and Bailey. Thank you both deputations for turning up. Arlene, Teresa, if I could just say to you first, one of the questions I had, a couple of questions. You mentioned the difficulty in identifying the 10 parties interested in CAT. Have any of these parties contacted yourselves? Obviously not. What are the difficulties for your group in entering into the CAT process? So that seems to be a kind of recurring thing where it is difficult for you. So this is really, it's not really particularly a question to yourselves. This is more a kind of observation from what's come out of the wee discussion today. This seems more to be to do with the council's process, how potentially we could have 10 interested parties to take over the community centre, but due to GDPR, we're not allowing you to talk to one another.
Question, Councillor McCabe?
No, that's fine. I just wanted to highlight that on that. But thanks very much, ladies. I really appreciate your input today. Turn to the ski centre now. Ian, given the council's financial position, you mentioned alternative operating models. Have you communicated this to the council in any way at all?
Yes, we attended a meeting with council, I think around the early part of March, and said we'd be keen to explore that. And the conclusion at that earlier meeting was to wait until this meeting had concluded, and then we could start to explore things once a conclusion had been reached today, and we would be party to look at the detailed accounts and some different operating models.
Okay, I'll maybe have a wee word with you just after we finish. Bailey, if I could turn to you now, where would you have to go if Polmont closes?
If Polmont closes, I would probably have to go to Bellhouston in Glasgow, which is quite a bit away. We're talking, well, depending on the traffic, it could be up to an hour and a half, 2 hours to get there. So I was there last night training slalom, my normal training that I do when the Pommet training isn't on, or just because I'm too old to attend the Pommet training. So for me, that's quite an issue. Bearing in mind I've got school to focus on. I'm trying to leave school at the end of this year. Later on today, I have a college interview in Glasgow, so I'm pretty busy. But just for Pommet to be local, it's great. Great for me, for a facility that I can train and hopefully coach there in the future. Whilst going to Glasgow, there's quite a lot of things I need to consider.
No, that's great, Bailey. I just wish you every success. It was interesting to hear you say that you gave up football and took up skiing. So did I. I can't ski, and that tells you how good I was at football. Thanks very much for both of you for turning up today. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor McKay. Councillor Buchanan.
Thank you very much, Provost. I've got a couple of questions. Obviously, I could speak for hours and hours about Bonnybridge Community Centre, and I could speak for hours and hours about the wonderful work that these two young ladies and their colleagues have been doing in the community, not just in the community centre. I can say this at the very beginning, Bonnybridge Community Centre 50 years ago, I flew back from Hong Kong for the official opening, ended up with an office here when I worked for the Central Region. I know everything about the Bonnybridge Community Centre, but getting to the pertinent questions, there's two issues. One of them was the fact is that I attended the meeting that evening in relation to the public meeting that you'd organised, and you stated quite clearly that most of the people were there, including me, hadn't really much information what was happening. And the reason that you had the meeting, you had stated, was to make people really aware of what was there. Can you just tell us again how many people you think were at that centre that night?
We know there was over 100, so we've got 60 registered, but then the other half of the hall hadn't registered, so there was a bit over 40 there as well. If we can reach 100 people for an information session, then how did the consultation have so little people there? Also, we weren't approached by the council as a committee to tell us that this was up for closure. We found out by chance.
Okay, thank you for that. So what you said in relation to the public consultation on behalf of the council, you thought that the council had let you down, but because you had been on your banter page and so forth and getting out to the community and putting leaflets out, that you had a wonderful turnout that night that made people aware of what really was going on. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, it highlighted it to the people that turned up on the night, but we're still finding people are saying, I didn't know it was up for closure. So there's still so little information out there, and people are getting confused because I think the timing of when it all got released as well, it's been released around about Christmas time where everybody's distracted with Christmas. So people are just catching up to what's going on as they're like getting over Christmas and that. So there's little information out there, and the timing that the documents and things have been released as not being a fair representation to the communities.
Right. You did state that you stated the obvious, that Bonnybridge Community Centre is probably the busiest community centre in the whole of the district. You've got loads of groups who started the new initiative on Monday. The issue is that you'd also mentioned, this is the question, Provost, you'd also mentioned the fact about really lacking investment and regeneration in Bonnybridge, because being a councillor for 30 years, that was my cry at the very beginning, was that Bonnybridge seemed to be forgotten, Bonnybridge and Banknock, and regeneration stopped at the three bridges.
Yeah.
So do you still feel that, and do you take cognizance of the fact that the people in the west of the district feel exactly the same, that there's a lack of regeneration in any major projects within the area, including support for the community centre and the likes of areas like Banknock?
Yeah. What's happening, because we work, we started off the food bank, and people are saying, oh, food bank, but the food bank has now brought to light the difficulties people are having within the area, and it's not just food. I mean, it's not just about food. Food's just the entry point. It's when they come there, they'll tell you the things that's happening. You know, we've found out quite a lot of things that's happening within we serve Banknock, Derry and Bonnybridge, and the things that are coming up. You know, we're signposting people to different places, but there's nothing that they feel as if they're being left behind.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much for that. I'll just briefly touch this young man here. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you and wish you all the success in the future. And can I say this, that I went to Pullman Hill ski slope for 2 years, and I really enjoyed it, but I still can't ski. And thank you very much, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Buchanan. We'll finish off finally with Councillor Colley because we're well over time.
Yeah,
so
sorry,
thank you.
I will keep it brief. I mean, I think everybody's acknowledged the amazing work that Roots is doing, not just in Bonnybridge, but in Denny and in Banknock, and really reaching out to the community. So I understand how much additional pressure the idea of a cap would mean to on top of the work that you're doing. I just had one quick question around the community meeting, and at that point, were there any expressions of interest in terms of getting involved in the management committee? I know there's only a small group of you in terms of trying to bring out that
Well,
extra
that was part of the problem. It was an information session for everything, and I did say at the time that it needs to be a collective fight. And after that, I did put up constantly, is there anybody, what we said is we are able to start it off, we'll give them the information, but we cannot take it on board on our own. It needs to be a collective. And there was a couple of people who had views because of how it was affecting them, but to take the actual initial push, we weren't getting anybody sort of taking it on board, and I was constantly on, saying, has anybody else, have you written to your council, have you, it's just constantly doing it, but nobody has taken it on board because I think it's such a difficulty with them. People don't know how to sort of begin.
I don't think people have the time a bit like us because
Exactly.
between their work and things like that. For the meeting, we did actually get about, I think it was 4 people who had signed up, but obviously we don't know the future of the centre, but that was only in the eventuality that it did. But then we're being told that there's been 10 notice of interest, and
Which we're glad.
Nobody's approached us as a committee.
That's wonderful. But
so if anybody takes on, we wish them the best of luck.
And it's about working together with it, with the team, because we have put a lot of effort into the community centre and bringing it forward. So we want that work to continue. So it would be normal just to sort of consult with them, you know what I mean? And we feel that that's been taken away from us.
Okay, thanks very much. That concludes the debate, and I'd just like to thank Bailey and Ramsey and Arlene and Teresa for their input and for the way they answered the questions. And just thanks for coming here, and I hope you feel you've had a reasonable or a decent hearing. I'm sure it is. So thanks for that. We'll now take a 15-minute comfort break, and we'll come back. Mr. Benny and Mr. Ketrick will speak to the report.
Afternoon, Jim. How are you doing? You're on mute. Yeah, you're on mute.
Sorry, I'm fine, thanks. We need to watch. We're still online streaming, so for the public. But I'm fine. A bit of a cold, but I'm fine, Margaret. I see you've got your wrist wrapped up, so I hope that's getting better.
Yeah, these are actually specific arthritis
Oh,
thingies.
right. Yeah.
Because the left one's starting to give me a bit of bother now as well, needless to say, because it's
Oh.
doing most of the work.
Yeah,
So.
of course. That's right.
So they were starting to ache a bit, so I got up and went over and put them on. They're quite good at putting the heat back in the joint, so that helps with the pain.
Good.
So, but that's good.
Good.
I see we've got Earth Community and 1 or 2 pavilions as well as the Trist and what have you to discuss. So.
Yeah, we have, but.
We'll see how it goes. How are you, Anne? All right?
I'm fine. I'm fine, Margaret.
Good, good, good. I felt like I haven't seen you in a while between my injuries and everything else.
I know, I know. Hopefully once the summer comes in.
Can we come back to order, please? We're live streaming now. Okay, well, welcome back, everybody. We'll now go to Mr. Kettrick to introduce the SPR report. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I would, prior to going through the report, say thanks to Craig Isdale, Charlotte Patterson and Michael Hellshine for their efforts in supporting me in pulling together and what I'm sure you will agree is an extensive report with considerable information. In addition, I'd like to thank the services for their collaboration. It really was a one council approach, and in particular Kenneth Gillespie and David Mackay for helping support the consultation efforts. I'd like to also apologise for the length of the report and the 2,000 odd pages of supporting data that has been deposited in the members' area. But the seriousness of the proposals warrants the provision of this extensive information to ensure that elected members have full scrutiny of the proposals. So the purpose of the report is to update Council on the strategic property review following the executive decision in December 2022. Members will recollect that that decision was to agree in principle the closure of the buildings identified in the SPR, recognising that town halls were to be considered core and subject to a separate review. Officers were instructed to undertake a community consultation and to use this to identify opportunities for community asset transfer and alternative delivery models. In addition, it formed the basis for collecting data on those potentially identifying themselves as having a protected characteristic and being possibly disproportionately disadvantaged by the closure of buildings. I won't go through the report line by line, as I know members have attended a number of briefings and will have read the report. However, to give the warrant to the seriousness of it, I will take you through the key sections. So section 4 outlines the background and the context and the previous decisions and the phased approach proposed to the delivery of the SPR. Section 5 outlines the extensive consultation and engagement that has been undertaken and in summary resulted in over 3,600 online responses, over 670 people attending public events. And the findings of the consultation are outlined in the report and in more detail within Appendixes 1A to 1E. This covers property by property responses and frequently asked questions that were sourced from the consultation events. The top 10 properties by response are outlined in section 5.1.2, together with specific commentary and recommendations on these properties. Substantial property information has been collated from across all service areas, as has customer and user-based information, and again, on an hour-by-hour basis for properties, that information has been made available within the elected members area. At section 5.4.3, the highest and lowest utilisation for community buildings are outlined, and at 5.4.5, admission information is available together with subsidy levels for those where it is available. I'd like to draw members' attention to the generally low levels of utilisation and the level of subsidy per admission for some facilities. Section 5.5 deals with the equality and poverty impact assessments, which have been undertaken both comprehensively and as extensively as possible, with the clear focus on community accessible properties. These have been completed by services and outline the potential impacts, the proposed mitigations, and highlight the best practice approach that has been adopted, in that they will be kept under review and updated where there is a change in circumstances. The proposed mitigations to the impacts of closure, which are considered the worst case scenario for properties, are outlined in section 5.510 and include financial performance improvement, partnership agreements, alternative delivery models, community asset transfer, community benefit leases, service modernisation and alternative locations. There is a full suite of opportunities to avoid closure. A copy of all the EPIAs are available and are outlined in the link in the report. Again, apologies for their length. However, these require to be comprehensive to ensure members had full transparency on the work that was undertaken. Section 6 outlines the property recommendations, including recognition where appropriate of consultation feedback and operational service modernisation programmes that are aligned with the SPR. These include, for instance, town halls, parks and administrative offices. A summary of the recommendations for each property is included within Appendix 3.1 and 3.2, and more detailed recommendations and key property information is provided in property scorecards for all properties within Appendix 4. There is a clear recognition by officers and communities that support will be required to ensure community asset transfers are successful and sustainable, and Section 7 outlines the support available with further information on the CAT process and the support services outlined in Appendices 6 and 7. Where CAT and alternative delivery models and other mitigations are not available, then initial review of alternative locations has been undertaken, recognising that further work on these will be required, particularly for properties in Phase 2, where the proposals would be for 24-25. Because properties are proposed to start closing in 24-25, we need to move swiftly on these options should community asset transfer fail to progress on these. Those with no or very limited alternative locations include Pullman Ski Centre, Grangemouth Stadium and Stenhousemuir Sports Centre, known as Cairn Gymnastics. It is anticipated and it is hoped that these will be subject to community asset transfer or alternative delivery models. However, if they are not, the proposal remains that they will close. At Section 10, we have outlined the staff implications and the approach proposed to be adopted to support colleagues as the SPR is implemented. This includes engagement with trade unions, support to secure alternative roles, and where necessary, voluntary severance. Section 11 outlines the financial implications of the strategic property review, together with other considerations. The SPR will seek to deliver approximately £3 million of savings from 2027-2028 onwards. To support community asset transfer, it is proposed that £6 million of enabling fund is established to provide assistance to groups to progress with community ownership, and this will be governed as part of the existing community asset transfer business case and application process, and again is outlined in the report. Further sections in Section 11 cover resources and the need to provide dedicated staff to progress the volume of community asset transfers and alternative delivery models proposed. Legal implications are outlined in sections 11.11 to 11.13 and cover matters such as the community empowerment aspects, common good and staff matters. Equalities are summarised in sections 11.21 to 11.30, and I won't go over those extensively as clearly they're highlighted elsewhere in the report. In conclusion, Provost, the review has identified we have too many properties, many of which are covered by the SPR, are in poor condition, underutilised, not energy efficient and not suitable for modern service delivery. The significant scale of the proposal will go some way to meeting the Council's £64 million budget deficit, enable us to focus our revenue resources and capital investment programmes on retained properties, whilst also supporting communities to take ownership and become empowered to manage the provision of properties they consider to be a priority. The phased approach provides enough time for us to implement the recommendations and enable mitigations to be successfully delivered. There is no hiding from it. The extensive nature of the SPR has not been proposed lightly by officers, and it is recognised that it is a difficult decision for you to consider. However, Provost, in final words, I would say the modernisation of the Council's property portfolio will ensure that going forward we have an effective and efficient use of our resources, and the SPR will go some way to resetting that balance. And we will have a much better opportunity to have a sustainable estate that can be managed going forward more effectively. Myself and colleagues will endeavour to answer any questions, and I look forward to receiving them. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Keswick. We'll now go to Councillor Meikle-John to speak to our motion.
Thank you, Provost. I just want to start by thanking those that came along with the deputation today for their time and for their contributions. It's been very valued and much appreciated that they have gone to the efforts that they have. I would also give a good tribute to Paul Keswick and his team for the huge amount of work that's gone in to producing this report and all the information that has been provided. There's been no shortage of information and data, and in fact I think it has probably been the most comprehensive report that I think this council has ever seen before it in the past. It's been a mammoth task and provides us with all the information, certainly in my view, in order to make informed decisions and give us a direction to a way to go forward. The issue of having too many buildings and not the ability to continue to run and maintain them was recognised way back between 2012 and 2016, and I think Councillor McCabe actually acknowledged that was when the strategic property review started in its infancy. And it was in fact agreed across the council in 2016 at the time of a Labour-led administration. By that time, we already knew that we were very much behind the curve, with many other councils being well ahead of us. And at that time, when finances were less pressured and there was more capital to invest, which has left us at a disadvantage. The direction of travel was continued in 2017 onwards, albeit mainly focusing on backroom services, particularly staff accommodation, etc. And programme was continued, but with continued opposition to taking the big decisions, despite the SNP minority administration coming forward with investment plans. This has been compounded, and the council's this has compounded the council's financial position and added to the investment required to bring all the facilities we have in this programme to standard, not even enhancing those that would then allow that increased usage number and potentially increasing the fees, but only up to standard. The Best Value audit has identified that the strategic property review as one of the big decisions that would help towards establishing a financially stable council, and that elected members had failed to take these decisions and repeatedly kicked it into the long grass while continuing to have high running costs and high service costs. What is undeniable is Falkirk Council has far too many buildings that are unfit for purpose or surplus to requirements. It has too many buildings that require a significant level of investment. We know that that now sits at over 200 million, just to bring them up to standard, not to improve or enhance the user experience. This is as a result of decades of decisions made by previous councils of all colours. We now must look to here and now and to look forward rather than continually looking back and address the situation that we are currently in. Falkirk Council has got too many buildings that can't be used to their full potential due to the severe funding challenges and the modern requirements for service delivery. With a funding gap for everyday services currently standing at around 64 million, many of the services within these buildings are under review, and there's a real need to look at our budgets and how they are better spent, and whether they're better spent on buildings, expensive heating, lighting, etc., or focused on services that to the people that really rely on it. Following consultation with our communities, the groups within our communities, and the interest of the community asset transfer has been very positive in relation to the 133 buildings that are in this programme. We've seen over 70 expressions of interest, and that continues to grow. There's a real opportunity for both the council and our communities in finding a way to make sure a building is kept in use for the community, particularly as the communities setting up themselves independently can attract external funding that is not available to the council, which can enhance the building, help with energy efficiency and enable communities to run programmes that will meet their particular needs. And there should be no question on this that we would work with these interested parties. Many other councils of all political colours have or are already following exactly the same direction of travel. Key theme in the Falkirk plan is to work in partnership in communities, creating stronger and more resilient communities, making them more independent. Consultation process has shown that they are willing and prepared to step up, become community-led forces for good and for the change in their local area, and we should be embracing that as a council. We should ensure that we take forward that empowering attitude to help to build on those relationships, and that will make us a much richer area and have a better relationship on all areas of council spending and our policies with our communities. Unfortunately, the process has become emotive and highly charged, aided and abetted with misinformation and an atmosphere of mistrust, which will do no one any good. We know from past engagement with our communities they want us to be open and honest with them, warts and all. It's important to recognise that they are ready to step up and take charge. As a council, we cannot let our decisions dilute or in any way hinder them from being empowered. None of the decisions we have in front of us are easy. Change is hard, but there are no easy options right now. But if we want to invest for the future, we have to let go. But this does not mean services and activities will be lost, and many can and will be delivered from other buildings, and we will have to decide what's most important. Is it the building or the activity? Huge amount of work has been put into producing this excellent document. It's a strategy that enables a direction of travel. It's important that it's seen that way, as if we begin to cherry pick from it, it will become diluted and will not deliver on the outcome that it's designed to do. It will not bring the savings that are required that will allow the support for communities wishing to take on the community asset transfer and the ability to invest in the buildings that we know we are keeping and develop them to provide a better quality experience, increase football, ability to increase charges, reduce the burden on the council's budget, which will continue to be pressured for the foreseeable future. We know that with the interest in community asset transfer and the feedback from those that have already been in the process, we need to get better at that. we need to have a clear programme and process and support for our communities. That has been highlighted within the paper, and that is something that our communities team will take on and work in partnership with our third sector to make sure that that support is available. What we cannot do is do nothing. That has been the position we've been in for years. If we continue to not take positive actions, our situation will deteriorate and others will make decisions for us by taking away any influence that we may have. While the decisions are difficult, we need to step up and take responsibility we've been elected to take. If we do not do that now and get a more stable financial position, we cannot look to invest in our communities for the future, and that would be significantly detrimental to them. So it's time to take a decisive action and not keeping things into the long grass. In order to make it clear that this is a strategy and not just about closing the building, which unfortunately inevitably some will have to close, want to make sure that it's understood that that is the last resort, that all interventions should be tried first. Improving income, increasing footfall, reducing costs, that may be reducing hours, that may be just generally looking at the staffing and just the business model that's before us. Therefore, I have the following recommendation that I'm going to put as an addition to, as an amendment to the recommendations from officers, is to agree that if there is no community asset transfer, no alternative business model or partnership arrangement for the property financial performance improvement can't be achieved, that the properties will, as a last resort, close in accordance with the phases set out in the programme. We heard today from Snow Scotland in particular about that partnership model. The strategy clearly outlines that as a clear option, and I firmly believe that there's opportunities there with particularly national bodies to look at that. However, if we start to remove those from the programme, we potentially lose that option going forward. I would also wish to highlight that in a previous decision of Council, there was to be a policy development panel on the future model of leisure services, and I would also move that the policy development panel be made up of 5 members with 2 SNP, 1 Labour, 1 Conservative and 1 Independent as per the standing orders. This will then ensure that all avenues will be attempted to reduce the running costs of a building, including energy efficiency, shared responsibilities with partners making it more sustainable, increasing fees and charges, reducing operating hours or staffing and a community asset transfer. And only if there's not going to be a sustained improvement will the building move to closure, and members will be informed of that as the programme goes forward. It's important that we trust officers to get on with the job. There are operational buildings that they can look to progress immediately, which we have in the report. Others where the appropriate regular updates will be given to members. Some will be more appropriate at ward level in relation to local groups and the community asset transfers than coming back to committee or council, but that was something that all members will be able to be involved in. I really hope that we can move this forward. It will be a significant step for the council as a whole. It will help to support our budget plans going forward and making the council more sustainable. But more importantly, it allows us to build that continued trusting relationships with our communities and support them in taking on the community asset transfers or whatever model that they wish to do, as well as some of the larger facilities that we have going forward. So I'm happy to move that as an addendum to the report.
Thanks very much, Councillor Michael John. Will that be circulated? Have you got a seconder?
Provost.
Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you to the council leader for that full explanation. I'm happy to second reserving the right.
Thank you. Councillor Hannah, do you have an amendment?
I do have an amendment, yes.
Okay,
I also have questions for the officers.
Councillor Bundy, you have an amendment?
The Conservatives have an amendment, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment?
Sorry, give me 2 seconds. Oh. Yeah, potentially we might have another amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Provost, the same here.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Buchanan. Right, so we'll now go to Councillor Hannah to hear her amendment.
Put my microphone on. I would like to ask just a couple of questions of Mr. Kettrick, if that's okay with you, Provost. First of all, it's about the usage figures that you've referred to throughout the report and throughout what you've presented today. Now, you very kindly provided me with details of the formula on which usage figures were calculated, but you've said that those usage figures were calculated based on a 7-day-a-week opening, including a Sunday. Now, both the deputations today have referred to the fact that staffing's not been provided on Sundays for those facilities to enable them to open. How many other of the properties are the usage figures based on a 7-day opening when they're 7-day opening?
Mr. Kettrick.
So through yourself, Provost, I would have to go and investigate that. However, on that specific one in relation to I think it was Bonybridge that was mentioned, I have an email from the centre or the manager for the coordinators that says that on occasion where there is demand, they will open the centre. I will need to pursue that in terms of other locations, and it really comes down to the balance. If there is no lettings, why would we open the centre? So that's why in certain instances they're maybe not opening at the weekends.
Right, but in relation to the business you've made, they do have one of the highest levels of use, despite not opening on a Sunday. So it just makes me a little concerned about how reliable usage figures are on all the property.
Through yourself, Provost, again, the usage figures have been done on a consistent basis across every single property. On that basis, we are comparing buildings with buildings. It's the same approach that's adopted by many local authorities. It forms part of the utilisation reporting that's done through benchmarking with other authorities, and therefore it is an appropriate model to use. The availability of buildings and the opening of buildings should be available 9 till 9, 6 days a week, and on a Sunday, 10 till 6. That should be what we have them for as a minimum. I'm quite happy there are certain buildings we have that actually open at 6:30 in the morning. We have not accounted for that in there also, because we feel that the core hours are the core hours.
Okay, thank you. And thank you very much to Paul Kettrick and Craig Isdale and all the staff, because it is a very impressive report on a very large area of activity. So thank you very much for that. Do you now want me to present my, would it be possible to put it up on the screen, my amendment, rather than have me need to read it out? Because it is a bit more extensive, an amendment. And it may require renumbering in the event that the amendment that has been proposed by Councillor Meikle-John is accepted. So just accept it with that proviso. Right. Basically, what we want to do is we are not saying don't close any of the properties. We are not saying there are no properties that the council can reasonably close. What we are saying here is that we have to take cognizance of the consultation. We have to take cognizance of what the communities have been telling us. We have to listen to them. This has been a huge task, and I would suggest it's been a task that we took back to front. We did it in a topsy-turvy way. Any business analysis process will outline its steps. Now, they might use different words than I'm going to use, but any business analysis process starts with what is the problem or the issue we're trying to address. Then, having identified the issue, you collect the data. Having collected the data, you analyse the data. You then research and develop some proposals, then consult on proposals, and then, and only then, do you decide on the best course of action. That's not the process that's been followed here, and that's where my concern primarily lies. Step one should have been identifying the problem. In fact, step one was creating the problem. As Councillor Meikle has rightly identified, there was £200 million worth of maintenance that simply was not spent. Money was not forward. So that is partly the reason why our buildings are in such a state of disrepair. But having decided what was the problem, Council jumped to miss out the data collection, miss out the analysis of data, miss out the research and development of proposals, miss out consultation and go straight to deciding.
Councillor Hart, you change your microphone, it's a bit crackly.
Certainly. Thank you, Jack. That's helpful. So there was a jump to step 6 to make a decision, and the report that we received in December 2022 was the decision that we would close 133 properties with the proviso that there would then be consultation and that there would then be the invitation for people to put forward community asset transfer proposals. Following on from that, the process has been taking into account some of those other steps. Back to step 2 to 5, we begin to consult, we begin to collect the data, and there has been a great deal of data collected. As yet, some of the data, though, is not fully collected, and some of the data, and it's mentioned in the report that some of the usage data and the footfall data is incomplete. It's mentioned in the report that. We've then also gone back to steps 2, 3 and 4. So where are we now? We can't put the genie back in the bottle. We can't go back and take this through steps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in an ordered fashion, because we have brought in some of these other steps and we've been continuing with them. There has been a consultation, albeit, as people have alluded to today, it has had its flaws, but there has been engagement from communities, and we must now look at the comments that those communities have given us. We must now address that. Councillor Meikle alluded to the fact that, I will put what she alluded to slightly differently. Buildings don't make communities, people make communities. However, for people to come together in a community, they need a place to do it. And given the weather in Scotland, generally speaking, that needs to be a place that's under a roof. So they need a building. There's been a number of references made to the heart of our communities. Now, community centres and sports centres are not the only buildings that are at the heart of our communities. There are churches, there are cafes, there are shops, there are schools. There are a number of other buildings that are at the heart of our communities. But importantly, sports facilities and community centres are very much at the heart of our communities. There is a plus side to the process that has been followed here on the Strategic Property Review. It has encouraged communities to come together to try and defend their facilities. We're pleased that there are so many groups taking an interest in the community asset transfer process and the alternative management partnerships. It's just a pity that those were not addressed at an earlier stage to inform people and give people the support. And clearly there is a major issue here. As I've said, there's £200 million worth of underfunding over a number of years. There's a £6 million pot being pledged to bring the buildings up to standard. That clearly does not bring all the buildings up to standard, and it's only available to some communities at the expense of closures in other communities. So this process is now pitting one community against another, which is surely not what our intentions should be. It can't be allowed to continue. So how do we go forward? Although the process has been back to front to date, we can now begin to put it back on track. We can now begin to look at the data we have, get the additional data that we haven't got, look at the costs of running the buildings, and engage with our communities about that information and about the different possible models for running these services. Another issue that has been not looked at in enough detail so far has been maximising footfall and maximising our income from these properties. Now, it's fairly obvious from the communications we've heard today, it's fairly obvious from the consultation approach that there are possibilities for increasing our income from these properties. Now, surely I would suggest it would be advisable for us to do all we can to make these buildings as effective, as efficient as possible, and as attractive to the local communities as possible, so we can actually make them, in some cases, pay for themselves. And possibly, as we heard earlier on, in some cases, we could make some of these facilities actually turn a profit. So we really have to look at all those things before we consider the question of whether buildings should be closed. There's been reference today to the Falkirk plan. I won't read out all the aims of the Falkirk plan to you, but I will point out that every single aim of the Falkirk plan can be related to the importance of the local community buildings, the local community centres, the local community sports centres. In the Braes area, there are 2 sports facilities. They both happen to be in my ward, so poor Upper Braes has none. But we have the ski centre, we have the Pomont Sports Centre. The Pomont Sports Centre has one of the highest usage figures, as shown in the report that's before us today. Yet it's on target for a closure. The Falkirk plan is important, the aims are important, but they must be made into a reality. And supporting our communities and supporting the facilities that our communities depend on.
That's the 9 minutes.
Is important.
Councillor Meikle-Jones had 10, so you go another minute or so.
Thank you. Now, a vote for this amendment is not a vote for keeping every unwanted building open. A vote for this amendment is not saying everything should stay open inevitably. Sorry, forever. A vote for this amendment is a vote in support of our communities. It's a vote that says we care about our communities. It says we want our communities to thrive. We want them to come together in healthy, physical, social and cultural activities. We want our communities to throw off the fearful isolation that COVID created over the last few years. And we want our communities to be able to embrace a happier, healthier and more supportive day-to-day life. Keep the heart of our communities beating was one of the things that one of our deputations said earlier on. Please, let's keep the heart of our communities beating. Please vote for this amendment.
Thanks very much. Councillor Hannah, do you have a seconder?
Yeah, Provost.
Councillor Redburn.
I've got a wee short statement and then some questions. Is that all? So this amendment recognises the vital importance of all our community assets. Big or small, they all play an important role within our communities, which is why the amendment states proudly and firmly that Falkirk Council does not approve the closure of any community building, sports centre, park building, pavilion or museum, giving our communities the reassurance that their facilities are going nowhere. And further than just keeping these facilities open, the Labour Group amendment goes one step further, insisting that the Council takes the steps to actively improve and promote our community assets, to take a lead alongside our community groups, to continue to deliver and even improve the many clubs, events and services that we all value so much. For us as the Council to show leadership in delivering public service, because that's what local government is supposed to do. It's what we as councillors were elected to do through the good times and the bad. That is our duty, to show leadership, not leave to struggle alone with massive undertakings and community asset transfers. We are saying it's not easy. Well, I'm not saying it's the easy thing to do. It will require a lot of hard work, commitment and new ideas from us as a council, but it is the right thing to do. So I would urge all councillors to do the right thing. Save Bonnybridge Community Centre, save Bowness Recce, Pullman Ski Slope, the Denny Centre, all the different places that you know and you love in your ward and your constituents love. Put a stop to this and back the Labour amendment. Thanks. And now I just have some questions.
Okay.
Just for, it's on that page. That was for Mr. Keswick, I think. Obviously, there's 10 interests in Bonnybridge Community Centre. Just using Bonnybridge as an example. But what is an interest? Like, who can put an interest in? Can anybody put an interest in?
Through yourself, Provost, there is 3 levels of interest at this stage. There is those who have simply filled in the online survey and said, we're interested in being involved in a community asset transfer. There is those who make an expression of interest, an email and formally say, we wish to express an interest in an asset transfer. And then there is those who actually take the full step of making an application, which is the formal legal process. At this stage, for the vast majority of properties, we're at that very early stage, and that's what we would expect in the early stages of an asset transfer process, is for people to simply come forward. And as I've outlined in the report on the next stages, the next part for us is to engage with those expressions of interest and all the community interests and take forward in a collaborative way, because there's multiple groups, multiple individuals who want to be involved. So take those forward. So that's the next stage.
I thought there's 10 interests, but then you can't share the interests with each other because of GDPR. Have the interest asked not to have their information shared with other interests? But why are the committee being told that we're not allowed to tell you who the other interests are?
The general data protection regulations require us to actually explicitly get permission to share people's individual details and personal details. Hence why the next stage is to bring those individuals together to are they willing to then speak to other groups and to form those collaboratives that we hope will materialise, for a number of buildings where there is multiple interests.
That sounds good, but it just seems strange why we're not getting that done right away. Why are we saying, well, there's 10 just now, but we're not going to tell you who? Why? I don't understand why we don't just say, here's who's interested, let's start moving with this. But it's not really a question, it's more a point. The next question I wanted to ask, you sent me an email about we've been talking about membership figures for the Falkirk Go, and you sent me a spreadsheet at 9 o'clock this morning, and it had a lot of great information in it. It was really good, and as has been said previously, this is probably one of the most detailed reports that's came to the council, but there still is bits of detail that we could do with. So you've sent me this spreadsheet, and it's got employee expenses, property expenses, transport expenses. It's got the income of the properties. But then when you go to these wee sheets, it doesn't have the properties income and things. Why would you not include that in this sheet?
There was a conscious decision made on the scorecards to ensure that we kept them at a relevant level for the decision making, hence why there's over 2,000 pages being submitted in the elected members area. There's 770 pages of EPIAs. For us to append that to the report would A, make them unmanageable, but B, in terms of the public accessing them online, would just make them nigh impossible for people to download. So hence why that approach was taken. So we've tried to summarise the information as best as possible in the report, but have clearly provided the substantial evidence to the point that we've given you every single letting that we're aware of for a 4-week period in January for every single building. You know, so that's the level of detail we have went to try and provide it. We've given the full financial breakdown figures for every single property, both in terms of income, staff costs, property costs, to try and be as explicit as possible so that an informed decision can be made.
And then just a further question, I sent you an email from Mr Paul Finney, who advised that the membership, I think we've got 5,000 overall, but the individual, like Bonus, for example, is 738 members, and Mr Finney reckons that 85% of them are paying £35 a month. So if 85% of them pay £35 a month, that's £270,000 over the year in memberships, but the income for Bonus is only down at 164,000, and that's just 85% of the memberships. There's still pool hires, there's hall hires, there's the money that comes into the cafe. It just seems kind of low, and I don't quite understand that. But that was just a point I wanted to make. I don't know if you want to make a comment on that.
Yeah, through yourself, Provost, the financial information has came from the council's financial ledger system. That is the official figures that the council reports on as part of its audited accounts. That they're cumulatively taken together to report that. How the membership numbers and have been extrapolated on a direct debit basis, or how that's been calculated, I'm not aware of those calculations. The figures we've provided are the official figures from the council's ledger system.
So, right, well, that seems strange, but thank you. I think that's all my questions for now.
Before break for lunch, is like ask Councillor Bundy if he's in a position to share his amendment so people can digest it probably over lunch.
Yes, I'm happy to share the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears, did you?
Before we go for lunch, well, this is a day that will live in infamy for this council. We are behind the curve, we're told.
No, Councillor Spears, some of them, could you save that for a debate? We were talking about amendments at the moment.
Yeah, we have.
If you don't mind, thank you. So we'll now break for lunch, back here about 25 to 2. No, we'll do that after lunch, Councillor McGann. About 25 to 2.
James.
Hello?
Lucy, you okay, darling?
Okay, well, welcome back, everybody. The Conservative amendment was circulated and everybody had a chance to look at it over lunch, so I'll now go to Councillor Meikle-John if she's got any comment on that.
Provost, I'm happy to respond to the Labour amendment. I think I would rather hear Councillor Bundy's proposals before making any comment in relation to that. In relation to the Labour amendment, I find, well, first of all, I have to say that the presentation from both the mover and the seconder left me a bit confused because there was two different views there, with Councillor Hannah saying in relation to she accepts that there has to be some closures, and Councillor Redmond saying no closures. That was quite clear. So that's kind of left us confused a wee bit as to how we go forward. But fundamentally, what's not been said is how any funding to improve the facilities is going to be found. As has been said, I think it was Councillor Hannon that said the £6 million pot's not going to go very far, considering we have a deficit of 200 million. There's no indication of how that is going to be budgeted for, and considering there wasn't an alternative budget, I think that's at last month, then it kind of leaves the council at a huge risk if that was to go forward, I just don't think I could put the council in that particular position. So I'm happy and content that we remain with our amendment, recognising, though, I have to say that certainly the first 4 items were very similar. It focused very much on similar things, as we were talking about in our amendment, making it very explicit about the improvements in the business plans, etc., talking about the partnership, etc. All of that was very similar. It's unfortunate that we couldn't come to that agreement and allow this to move forward, but I do hope that we are able to actually have a strategy that is not diluted and integrity is maintained, and we can actually take things forward and not do it in an ad hoc potted way. Other than that, the other items within the amendment, it felt like it was yet another delay, another report, more.
Anything?
Certainly looks like it, another technicality at their end.
Yeah.
Tory amendment.
Provost, just say it's probably not best to raise it while our colleagues joining online can't hear the point.
That's absolutely not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I wonder if we could just check that those joining online can hear the room again. Thank you very much. And just at the point when the live stream went off there, the Provost, I think, was just asking me to summarise where we are procedurally. So just to confirm, we have a motion which has been moved and seconded by Councillor Meikle-John, and that's been circulated. So that's the motion that adapts the recommendations by deleting the current paragraph B and adding the new paragraph at the end of the recommendations, and also the paragraph on the formation of the PDP. Against which we have an amendment moved by Councillor Hannah, which is also circulated, seconded by Councillor Redmond. We do have notification that there will be an amendment from the Conservative group, and that has been circulated. But okay, that's better without the echo, I think. But we can only debate one amendment at a time. So the debate now proceeds in relation to the administration motion against the Labour amendment, in the knowledge that we already have notice of a further amendment from the Conservative group.
Should we get to speak?
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Moody. So we'll now open up for debate.
Provost, just before we do open up the debate, if I could maybe have this clarified, the competency of the Labour amendment. It's to do with paragraph D, where I'll read it out for the benefit of your viewers. Approves in principle the allocation of a fund for capital investment to be funded from property savings from within the SPR and increased income from properties. My question is, that would appear to be funding coming from a revenue stream, which we would then appear to be applying for a capital investment possibility. Is that competent as far as the motion is concerned?
Mr. Moody?
Yes, Provost, as far as I'm concerned, that is competent. It's maybe appropriate to refer back to the proposal in Mr. Kettrick's report, which relates to capital expenditure, but it's funded from revenue savings. So the source of the capital comes from the savings accrued from the strategic property review. Now, I think all that's different in what is said in the Labour amendment is that some of those savings might be in the form of increased income rather than saved expenditure, but fundamentally the model is the same and remains, in my view, competent.
Thanks very much, Provost. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor McCabe. I'll go to Councillor Spears and then Councillor Burnley.
Okay. Thank you. Today is indeed a sad day, and I thought at first I was going to do the day that will live in infamy, but I'll take my inspiration for the Brooke Killiamer's song Letter to America, where the amount of losses here and the effect on communities is untenable. We are here as a council to represent communities, and if we take away the backbone from these communities, why are we here? Can I ask, first of all, and I put the blame firmly in the hands of the Scottish Government and COSLA, who have not represented us at all well here. Have we been back to them? I know we wrote to them. I've never seen a copy of the letter. But have we been back to them and asked if we can get an increase? Because I did notice at the budget that the Barnet consequential had been raised by 500 million. So is that money not coming to local governments? Because the raison d'etre of the Scottish Government should be to look after communities. And here we go. This will affect much more than just closing places. The result that comes out today will see a large group of people that work in these facilities clambering for jobs somewhere else. It'll affect the likes of the Falkirk Herald that will not have a round and about section anymore because there's nothing to go round and about. We need to know, and we need to know at this stage, who is applying for these buildings? Are they religious groups, business groups? Who is it? The communities want to know who's going to take over their halls. And I think that's right. And I think it's proper. And if you look at other countries who have done similar exercises, that they say it's a right of the people to know who's going to be moving into their community. And I know that probably come up during the planning procedure at some time in the future, when heaven knows who's going to move in. I will speak not just on behalf of Grangemouth, because somebody's got to speak for Grangemouth. We, as the biggest centre of population, are taking a huge hit here. Something that elected members over the generations have fought for. People have maintained, volunteers have worked hard to upgrade and decorate. A lot of our committees are people, some of them in their 80s. And here we are saying take on a business, join Oscar, be a limited company or whatever it is needed. I personally want to walk out of this room today and be able to look these people in the face. I would suggest you try and do the same. We have a chance here to remodel things and try and make them more economically viable. But we're not taking that chance. We're throwing it to the market. How capitalist is this when we're here to represent people? You know, there was the word said, we're behind the curve. We're unfit for business. We've consulted, and my favourite saying from the leader, we want to build a continued trusting relationship. I don't think there's much of a trusting relationship will be felt outside when we leave this room today. I would ask you seriously to consider the actions you're taking. I think Bowness, huge area, formerly had its own town council like Grangemouth, could lose its sports complex. Now, Bowness just doesn't cover Bowness, it covers Blackness and a whole wide area. I'm glad I'm not sitting there representing the council there and that place has to close. But there's going to be places that'll happen to in Grangemouth because the people that run them are too old to be taking on running a business.
That's 3 minutes, Councillor Spears. You've got 1 minute left.
Yeah, we need to seriously look at the actions we're taking today because this will be a day that lives in infamy. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. We'll now go to Councillor Bundy and Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Provost. It was just a question for either Malcolm or Paul. If the Labour amendment was accepted, particularly the replacement of B, how much would that cost financially to the council?
Yeah, I'm just reading it. So to replace recommendation D, approves in principle the allocation of a fund. The difficulty is that if we don't close buildings, we don't create revenue savings to be able to borrow. Based on the current budget model, it is money over and above £2.5 million that is being used to fund the enabling funds for the community asset transfer. So clearly there's a mismatch there. But in terms of the financial appropriateness of it, I would have to confer to colleagues from finance and our section 95 officer to give a view on that. But that's my opinion on it at this stage.
Is there any rough estimation? I know there's a lot of detail there, but I think we want to see assets get investment, and this amendment could lead to an outcome where we keep a lot of buildings in poor condition open and leave ourselves with poor assets but with no money to upgrade them.
Yeah, through yourself, Provost. I mean, the difficulty is, you know, we're already doing a lot of work on energy consumption and things like that, but we're focusing on in the high user buildings, which are generally secondary schools, then primary schools, and working our way down. You know, if we look at point, undertake such maintenance and improvement measures, or will improve the attractiveness of the facility. You know, we're at essential maintenance at the moment across the whole estate, and the priority for investment has to be in schools, because they're the ones we have to statutorily apply. We have a 200 million plus backlog, as has been widely reported, across all our estate, not just these. And if I was taking a guess, and I wouldn't want to be thrown back at me, probably 80–90% of that sits in our school estate. So, you know, whilst it's a lot less for this, it's still a lot more than we have.
Thanks, Paul.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. I'll now go to Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. And I would just like to, like others, thank the deputations for coming along and putting their points of view across. It's not easy to come to a committee like this and speak on behalf of their groups and their communities. We understand that as a council we have too many buildings, not just too many buildings, but too many buildings that have been left to deteriorate over the years. When the council was in a position to invest over the vast number of years. They didn't. And this is why we're in the position we are now. We have both these pavilions, surplus office space, which can proceed straight away. There will be, however, groups that will be able to take on or manage some of these pavilions. We have put our amendment forward that allows the possibility of community groups to either come together or alone and take some of these buildings through community asset transfer, financial improvement. What we must not do as a council is not to support them to achieve their goals and aspirations. And may I say at the outset, however, encourage them with regards to the many groups who have, and I'm very heartened by the many groups that have come forward and showed an interest. We have in the last few years had some relatively successful transfers from the council to community groups, and one most notably recently was the Westfield Pavilion Centre being one that comes to mind, and I'm sure that there are councillors here today and past that were involved in that process. Going forward, I'm sure that some of these new groups who are thinking about doing the same would love to get feedback from them, how it was done, what would they do better, who's the best person to contact, what were the pitfalls. And I hear people over the last few months saying it's a disgrace that the council are shutting all the buildings unless the communities take them on. That's the council job. However, part of the council's vision is community empowerment. And if we give these groups the tools to take these forward in a partnership with the council, I'm hoping it'll be a success. It will be a scary position for some of these groups to take on these buildings, but as a council we must be there for them, to support them, encourage them and advise on all the way right through the process. There have been community transfers that have taken years to come to fruition, and we can't afford this to happen this time. We can't underestimate the challenge of these transfers, as some of these groups will not have had any previous experience putting a business plan together, producing a budget or running a building. And we must also understand that and realise the difference between the size and complexity of each building.
That's 4 minutes, Councillor Kerr, if you could try and finish up.
Okay, thanks, Provost. Because taking over a pavilion is completely different from taking over a community education facility or a sports hall. Just before I wind up, Provost, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank, as previous speakers have said, Malcolm Benny, the head of police services, Kenny Gillespie and his communications team, but more especially Paul Kettrick and his small team who have worked tirelessly in the detailed work and analysis and information provided. And just before I quote, Provost, Albert Einstein once said, "The height of insanity is doing the same thing all the time, but expecting different results." So involving the communities is something different, and let's hope we can get to the right decision. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kerr. We'll now go to Councillor Steinbach.
Yes, thanks, Provost. I have a few questions first, before, if you indulge me, before I make a short contribution. Just on Mr. Kettrick, 3.4 of the report on the climate change element. It's accepted that if some of the buildings transfer to community ownership, that emissions will remain in the Falkirk area but no longer be attributable to the council. Won't this mean these properties that we hope to have asset transferred if the motion or amendment from the Conservative group is accepted, therefore may remain inefficient and raising in emissions, but will have less of an understanding of the capacity to monitor and understand the scale and problem of inefficiency? I go to a property once a week that has just recently been community asset transferred for my surgeries, and I can definitely tell you where their current gripes lie. It's not necessarily with their community.
Through yourself, Provost, the report is correct in that there wouldn't be a net effect if they were asset transferring. What we're hoping is that through the £6 million enabling fund, one of the biggest concerns we've had from communities is around energy costs. And hopefully through that enabling funds, we can help them undertake improvements to the buildings to make them more efficient, so that when they do transfer, there is a net benefit to the area of reduced carbon emissions. But ultimately, once the properties have left our ownership, the responsibility is with the owners. Now, we can provide advocacy and support, direction to funding, things like that. But ultimately, the decision would be for them.
Karen, you want to open that door just in case?
I was asking a question, so it's going to be me. Right, I'll just go on to my next question. Thanks for that answer. For the surveys at Appendix 1E, which is in relation to whether the council should own less or more properties, I do note that the question, and this I've had this answered in briefing, so I won't go over, that the extent or type of properties was not consulted with in that survey. So in that case, how was the public perception on the type and the extent of this property review gathered, especially the public perception, and how was that weighted in the final recommendations put before us?
Through yourself, Provost, it was the budget survey, the consultation that was being undertaken, so it was quite separate from the SBR, so there wasn't a lot of detail as to the type of buildings. However, clearly the community have expressed an opinion that the council should operate less buildings. I think if you were, able to drill into that and ask more questions, you would find that it wouldn't be schools that they would be looking at. Schools are really high in the priority of communities. However, it was a simple question just to provide context. It didn't form part of our full evaluation of the assets in terms of our recommendations in the report. That was mainly through our own online survey and through the consultation events which were specific to the SPR, but that provided a very good context and in effect reiterated a message that's been repeated in a number of surveys undertaken over the years.
Thank you. I've also noted that for Parks properties, they are in a distinct review. This review, if the motion or again the Conservative amendment is accepted, will any of these Parks properties come back to council before we agree on any of these properties being closed, or could you give a broader elaboration on the context around Park specific properties in this?
So through yourself, Provost, the proposal is outlined in the report is that all properties will close, but there is a number of aligned modernisation programmes, one of them being parks. There is an instruction to services to review the park estate, and as we've known from going through some of the assets that are available, some will be easier than others to close. And therefore we've kept that in there so that when the parks review is undertaken, we can work collaboratively with the services to identify any that may come back or may be retained for whatever operational reason. But at this stage, the challenge is that they will all close, and there will be a report back on the parks review, but it won't cover the property specifically. It will be more about the service delivery aspect. So we wanted to keep it open that if the service need a specific property for an operational reason, these are generally small buildings, then a decision would need to be taken that that may be retained. or change of use, that type of thing. And again, that reflects what our mitigation measures are.
Thank you very much for that answer. And just a final question before a small contribution. On the scorecards, there are distances given to alternative venues for the activities currently contained within buildings that might be proposed for closure. For example, the Ettrick Dockert Centre in Hall Glen, now the only community hall in that area, the alternative location is over 1 kilometre. I just want some elaboration. Are the alternative distances given on those scorecards safe walking or active travel routes, a driving route, or just as the crow flies?
At this stage, they were simply as the crow flies.
Right, thank you very much, Provost. Just the Falkirk plan reads, local communities will build on their energy, knowledge and expertise to shape and create neighbourhoods to be proud of and services that meet their needs. The work done in our communities are done via a lot of these spaces in this report, and we want to see the maximum utility of these places through their community's energy, knowledge and expertise to strengthen our area. It is in my experience in the ward, sorry, just a slight interruption there. It's in my experience in my ward that these spaces have their value due to the work done tirelessly by management committees, some of whom have attended today to speak to us, who provide a vehicle for participation and partnership working between the council and communities currently. A notable recent example being the committee of Ettrick Dockert that I've just referenced, who provided a place for rest and refreshment for many impacted by a fire in the local area. Those properties that are assets for the good of the people in Falkirk, such as we've heard of today, Bowness Recreation Centre, Bonnybridge Community Centre, Pullman's Sports Centre, that we've heard about today, and many other community facilities across our district must be maintained for the people of Falkirk, and that is what the Labour amendment does. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Steinbank. We'll now go to Councillor Patterson.
Hi. Thank you. I do appreciate the equality and poverty impact assessments and the recognition that is given at 5.5.6 that persons with protected characteristics have been identified as likely to be disproportionately affected by the proposed recommendations. I'd like to use this time to highlight Slamanan as an example of this. It's been identified as being in the 20% of the most deprived areas in Scotland, with a significantly high number of residents who rely on disability living allowance. There are limited local resources and little to no public transport. Given the size of Slamanan Community Centre, it would be a massive undertaking for any community group to take it on. To face the closure of the community centre would be catastrophic for this village. We cannot base our decisions on financial implications alone, and the impact of community wellbeing should be given equal consideration. Whilst community asset transfer may work in some areas, there are obvious places such as Slamanan, Bowness and Bonnybridge where it can. Finally, I point to the consultation results that repeatedly cite poor public transport as one of the reasons why local community centres are such a vital resource to those who rely upon them. We cannot look at these issues in isolation when they're so related. How frustrating then that last month councillors voted against bringing a report to council on improving bus services, leaving our residents in rural villages further disadvantaged. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Patterson. We'll now go to Councillor Deakin.
Thanks very much, Provost. So the main opposition party constantly is tell us they know the savings are required. Yet once again, they're showing lip service and are looking for their 2 minutes of fame. There are in essence asking for more reports, further reports on reports. Now, the main opposition party will the main opposition party fund these reports, or are they wanting more money to be spent from the members of the public? No one in this room wishes to make any cuts. We know the dire financial situation the council's in, and I think majority of, if not all of us, would be aghast if anyone in here wants to make cuts. Now, I don't want to see any building cut. I don't want to see Bonnybridge Community Centre cut. I've been using it since I was a kid when I learned how to do tap and ballet, and that's actually true. Now, can I ask 2 questions to Paul? Now, will the community groups who are not ready for the community asset transfer need to wait till phase they're in, or will the officers be approaching interested parties such as the Bondbridge Community Education Association immediately so they can start talking, taking more control of the buildings? Also, would you be able to expand on the GDPR, how it will work going forward with all groups?
Mr. Ketchum.
Okay, through yourself, Provost, we'll welcome any interests from any group at whatever stage. The quicker we get those interests, take them through the process to an actual application stage, the quicker the better. Clearly the £6 million won't go everywhere, so those that get in early will have the best opportunity to access that. It's not a first come first serve because clearly it's based on their business case, but there is obviously a clear benefit of being early. In terms of GDPR, as we've highlighted in the report, I think it's under the next steps section. We've actually highlighted that the next stages will be, I think it's point B, 9.1B, will be engaging with community groups who have expressed an interest in CAT to develop business cases and progress proposals. That will be all groups. And so the intention would be is to get in contact with everybody, make sure everybody's happy with information being shared. And the first step in the journey is always to have that meeting, that get everybody in the room and say, this is where we're going. How do you want to organise yourself? You'll be aware of the meetings that have been had, and Councillor Patterson will be aware also. We had an initial meeting in Slamanan, and I hope that progresses. And my team are committed to ensuring that process is implemented.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Deacon. We'll now go to Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks very much, Provost. I've got a number of points to make and a question maybe for Paul at the same time. Let's not forget how we got to this point. This is an SPR report which is going to have severe implications for the people of Falkirk. I don't blame the people of Falkirk, I don't blame the public, I blame this SNP administration. And I'm really surprised that you're laughing because it is a serious business. We only need to look at the recent decision by the SNP administration regarding the Falkirk Community Trust, bringing that back in-house at a cost of £1 million a year for every year going forward. Now, that's money that's basically been flushed down the toilet. That's a decision that didn't have to be taken. And we're in this situation because of the continual budget cuts by the SNP Scottish Government over the last 16 years, and that's been a political choice. That wasn't a necessity. The Scottish Government didn't have to continually cut council budgets. It was their choice. Paul, in relation to the £1 million that is being slashed off the budget year on year, we're bringing the trust back in-house. What impact does that have on the SPR going forward?
Mr. Kirkwood.
Through yourself, Provost, I wouldn't be able to comment on the council's wider budgetary position. I would leave that to the Section 95 officer to consider. The SPR stands on its own merits. We have the property costs there, what we incur today, tomorrow and ongoing. The savings that are outlined in the report are those that can be realised through community asset transfer or alternative delivery models, and the savings that are generated from them will contribute to the £64 million deficit. It wouldn't be for me to comment on events of the past.
Okay, thanks for that. Okay, thanks, Provost.
Gentlemen, would you like to comment on this?
Thank you, Provost. Well, I suppose I would just say that the costs associated with bringing the trust in to council management have already been included in the 23-24 and indeed 22-23 budgets and factored into the financial strategy to date. So that's already part of the financial figures that you will have seen, and then the SPR is something in addition to that. Not sure if that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Provost, that takes me on to my second point. It's in relation to 5.4 in the papers, and it's headed up customer information. This has already been touched on already. I think there are issues with the figures that are being provided in this part of the report. especially with the least utilised buildings. I would dispute a lot of the figures that are contained in that. The Kersey Bank Community Education Unit is marked down as 15% use. Now, this building is used more or less every day, and it's continually used by local community groups. I think this 15% figure is very suspect, to say the least, and I think there needs to be some further work done in relation to these figures regarding the usage of these premises. That takes me on to my next point, the Grangemouth Sports Stadium, page 48. That's down for closure at phase 3 of the SPR. I'm just wondering if we could possibly get an update on the discussions that are being held with Sports Scotland and Scottish Athletics regarding the possibility of a takeover there. I know that Falkirk Victoria Harriers have also expressed an interest in this, but I think that's more just to do with being kept up to date with information regarding the possible disposal of the building. But if officers, Paul, if you could comment on this, it would be appreciated.
To yourself, Provost, there was an initial discussion by colleagues from Children's Services with Sports Scotland and Scottish Athletics, and like many of the discussions we've had with national and regional organisations, it was agreed that we would reconvene with them following today's meeting on the position that we would be in, to discuss with them the future management arrangements or partnership arrangements as they may end up being for these buildings. So it would be Grangemouth Stadium, Pullman Ski Slope, as we've heard this morning.
Right, so if these discussions fall flat, then the danger is obviously that these buildings are sold off, so we could end up losing Grangemouth Sports Stadium.
I think the report's quite clear, unfortunately, that the buildings are to close if we cannot find community asset transfer alternative delivery models or make them financially sustainable within the phases of the strategic property review.
Okay, thanks for that. And I'm sure it won't come as a surprise that I'll be fighting against any closure in Grangemouth, especially the sports stadium. Takes me on to my last point. There's 133 properties being flagged in the report, 98 notices of interest, but only in 52 buildings. That leaves 81 properties where there has been no expressions of interest whatsoever. Now, I don't have a breakdown as to what these 81 buildings are or where they are, but without there being any public interest, again, these buildings are in danger of being sold off, irrespective of what they are or what they're being used for. Now, here's a strapline for the Falkirk Herald, the big SNP sell-off. That's basically what's going to be happening here. And at the end of the day, it's public facilities and it's taxpayers' money. This administration needs to be held accountable for any decisions on closures that it takes. I'll leave it at that in the meantime, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Nimmo. We'll now go to Councillor Bowes.
So far. Let's say that one of the things the leader of the council said the other one was a bit misinformation from what we've heard recently. And I've seen a leaflet that was yesterday is that somebody was going to defend Grangemouth Town Hall. Unfortunately, Grangemouth Town Hall in December 22, along with Inverness Town Hall, the Dolby Hall, were also made in core. So I don't know how they're going to defend the closure of the Grangemouth Town Hall. But again, misinformation keeps going on again. It's a bit sad, but unfortunately it does happen in politics. We said with this, Councillor McCabe earlier on had said between 2012-2016, the SPR came up. He's right, it did come up through a Labour-led administration. This is Labour's SPR, own it. Okay, if you draw it forward, all we have to do is take it through to a reasonable conclusion, and that by our motion today, I believe we have done. Last month, you didn't bother with a budget. Today, you're trying to kick this down the road as far as you can. That's what you did for the last 5 years. You may have changed a number of the faces in your group, but you're doing the same things you did in the last 5 years. I hope Council today stop doing that, then we can actually start getting things done. I agree entirely with the motion. Improved financial performance, partnership arrangements, alternative business models, community assets transfers should all be explored to fully, and if not, then we have to as a council, because of the financial constraints for us we are in, we have to return to the point that we have to close things. If you actually look at the report, it does actually break down where all the offices, what all the buildings are. It tells you which ones, which actual properties have had a community asset actually applied for. I was quite surprised to get some of the questions earlier on. I don't know about other councils, but I've been working strongly in my community, talking to a good number of my community about what they're actually going to do, and how do they believe that they can work to bring in a community asset transfer or some sort of management piece or whatever. That goes back for me for 3 years, because this council didn't start on May 2022. It's been running for quite a long time now, and that these things have been worked on for a long time. But with this coming out, I've worked even more in the community, and I can tell you what's happening, or what people are going to try to do in my own specific ward, because I talk to the community. I tell them how community asset transfers works. I tell them about the listings and what level of application you can put in. Most of the ones I've been talking to is actually groups who are either constituted groups or have sports interest in particular, because that one has come up in front of council before May 20.
That's your formats, Councillor Bush.
I do appreciate that, Roberts. I will be supporting the motion put forward by the motion.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bush. We'll now go to Councillor Kelly.
Thanks, Provost. I came in the council just 11 months ago. I can't believe it's just 11 months, but I had the intention of helping constituents in making Falkirk a better place. And I hoped I could collaborate with everybody who wanted to make Falkirk better. But I didn't come here to rubber stamp everything that people told me. I certainly did not come here to diminish further the communities, especially in our village communities. I keep hearing people talking about the word empowerment of communities being used in the SPR. It sounds good telling people they're being empowered, but this isn't empowerment. This is impoverishment of communities. By impoverishment, I mean, like, communities are being asked to take on rundown facilities because councils in the past have not kept them up to a suitable standard. Now they're being asked to raise money to pay the fuel bills, repair bills, etc. On top of their taxes, they already pay for council services, especially in small villages with low populations who probably need them most anyway. As has been said before, they don't have transport, they're stuck in their village, especially the older members. We are being asked to remove things that generations of people, our people, paid for and fought to have. Our councils will close them. I mean, that's basically what we've been told. And that is, I was going to say blackmail, but that's not fair, eh? A wee bit harsh. Since acronyms are so beloved by council, I'll use a psychology term: fog, fear, obligation, guilt, fear of losing the facility, fear of are feeling obligated to take over a facility, and guilt if it fails. That's impoverishment. I think you'll agree. We empower people by showing them how they can use their community facilities that they already own. Mind, the communities already own it through their council. Build confidence in communities, but not in the way envisaged here. We threaten them that they will lose them. And that's been basically the story all along, that if you don't use them, we'll shut it. And with asset transfers, the council, the hall committees will have to charge exorbitant rates just to pay for electricity, heating, all that sort of stuff. So we shouldn't expect communities to have to raise thousands of pounds to perhaps maybe a year, 2 years down the line, replace a boiler, rewire a community premises. We should be using taxes to share the costs over the whole of Falkirk. So smaller communities like Banknock, Slamanin don't have unfair burden put on them. We should have more youth workers to advise and setting up activities for the younger members of our community. Sports coaches to encourage use of sports halls to promote fitness and mental well-being. Obviously, we wouldn't have someone in every facility every day. We couldn't afford that, obviously. But so much more is possible with a little imagination. And that's something that's missing in the council. Imagination, innovation. The answer to everything is cuts and more cuts. Let's be honest. Falkirk Council's in the position it is financially, mainly through the Scottish Government, who are responsible for the position the council's in, throwing away money on failed projects that should have been used, millions of pounds that should have been used to support.
That's your 4 minutes, Councillor Kelly.
I'll go fast. That should have, sorry, I lost my thread there. Used to support the facilities, the elderly, children, public toilets, free garden, refuse uplifts, potholes in the roads. Instead, the people of Falkirk and Scotland have had to endure cuts to their public services, while council has to raise council taxes, and that's not even just to stand still. Finally, should there be a vote in favour of this? Will independent due diligence be done? Will independent due diligence be done, or will it be council? Because if it's not carried out in a meaningful way, should any of these ventures fail, I'll almost certainly.
You're about 5 minutes now, if you could just wrap up.
I'll wrap up at that. All I'm going to say is, councillors, please think of what I've said. When you're voting on this, have courage, stand for your constituents and your communities. Thanks, Councillor.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kelly. We'll now go to Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Provost. Some of the language the last kind of few speakers have been quite telling. There seems to be almost a collective forgetfulness of the reason that we're in this position, and that's the fact. Simply that decisions haven't been taken by this council, and it's this council over the past 10 or 15 years that are responsible for the decisions that are taken in Falkirk Council area. I've got 2 questions I wonder if I could ask of Malcolm, Mr. Benny and Mr. Kettrick. Firstly, Mr. Kettrick, can you state that we've heard about data and usage figures for certain buildings? Is it just based simply on a formula position, which is kind of one size fits all and kind of indiscriminate between everywhere, or is there actual real-time usage figures being used to calculate this?
Mr. Kettrick.
Through yourself, Provost, if you've maybe had the opportunity to go into the members area, we took a 4-week period in January, and every single diary for every single community facility went through by their coordinator to confirm what hours and what rooms were being used. That is the baseline data that has been used to determine the utilisation of it. Now, you could say, should we have done it in February? Could we have done it in March? Could we have done it in April? Could we have done it in May? We could pick any month of the year, but that was the time we done it because we clearly knew we had a report to come. That information was applied to all the rooms within a building, hence why some utilisation figures will appear low, despite the fact that there is people in there the majority of the day, but they're maybe only using 1 room out of 4. So that is the basis of the utilisation figures, and it's been consistently applied across every community facility to ensure that there is that consistency, and we're comparing our portfolio against each other.
So it would be basically a case of low usage would signify underutilisation and not utilisation to the maximum potential of the building. Thank you for that, Mr. Kettrick. My understanding of energy efficiency measures out there is that there's a significant amount of funding available to community groups and registered charities that are taking on certain community asset transfers or certain other things that's not available to council, and funding streams that just simply we are not able to get into. I wonder, Mr. Benny, my understanding is the local heating energy efficiency strategy will expand that support and that information that's available somewhat through a tool that's available not just to community groups, community councils and such, but also businesses and individual owners of property in the area. Is that my understanding correct in that sense? Sorry, through you, Provost. That would be, and that information would be available as part of a package of support from the council, not just in terms of funding, but practical advice.
Through you, Provost, that's my understanding of the situation, and obviously we'll be bringing the LHE's report to council later in the year. I'd also point to the fact that the £6 million fund that forms part of this report would be directed ideally at things like new boilers or other energy efficiency measures that would help reduce utility bills for any groups that were taking on the facilities.
Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Provost. A different meeting, same old Labour. Some would call it a dereliction of duty when Labour want to protect everything, yet have zero alternatives to bridge the £64 million gap this council faces. I don't even believe one of their members mentioned that gap. A gap that they must take some of the blame for, burdening us with PFI schools, wasting £1 million on a headquarters and arts centre project, Craig's Castle I think it was called, only to go against their own recommendations while in a majority administration. Reversing decisions already taken in funding certain marches within the Falkirk area. Maybe if they spent more time trying to come up with solutions and working with other parties and officers collaboratively, instead of designing banners and quoting the media, they would actually achieve something. They sit here pontificating and trying to grab media headlines almost as if they're in Westminster campaign mode and couldn't bring forward an alternative budget. I remember last year their most senior and longest serving councillor, Dennis Goldie, calling them an embarrassment for not setting one before storming out of council chambers and soon after he left politics altogether. I saw a post on Falkirk Labour's Facebook page liked by Councillor Redmond about the closure of public toilets entitled Taking the Pee. Labour, the party that closed Denny, Bonnybridge, you know Bonnybridge, the community council you're meant to represent, and Stennismuir toilets when we actually had money, conveniently ignoring their actions and continually taking the pee. As a Labour group totally abandoned their environmentally friendly attitude and completely ignored the climate change implications this report removes older and less efficient buildings. Councillor Hannah alluded to the fact that £200 million was required to bring our estate up to standard. Can I ask her, Alan Nimmo, or indeed yourself, Provost, as I think you were group leader at the time, why only 2 or 3 years ago did you vote down an SNP administration recommendation to invest £50 million into their leisure portfolio? Sheer hypocrisy. Alan Nimmo mentioned bringing the community trust back into the House. Does the fact that no leisure facility is anywhere near clearing its feet not back this decision up slightly? Provost, different meeting, same old Labour. Some changing members, but still the same old Labour. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Provost. We'll get back to the business we're here for. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the 2 members of the Bonnybridge Community Education Centre again for their wonderful representation on behalf of the community. With major increase in mental health issues caused by COVID, the proposals to decimate our communities of facilities will have a serious effect on the health and well-being of our constituents and would have catastrophic effects all over the district. Over the past 10 years, our communities have been continually put under pressure with the threats to their facilities. In my own area of Bonnybridge, our local library over the years has continually been under threat. That brought major concerns for staff and users. Regarding Bonnybridge Community Centre, that has also been under threat over the years and has caused consternation throughout. Bonnybridge Community Centre is the hub of our community and one of the best and well used in the district, being used by so many groups and organisations with a huge diversity, and is the lifeblood of Bonnybridge. I cannot imagine our community without the centre, as I am sure other areas in the district would be the same. Any member who would support these proposals to destroy communities should hang their heads in shame. The allocation of £6 million to enable asset transfers is a joke and not viable. Let's support our communities and our constituents and our facilities and say no, no, no to these main closures. And I'm going to support the Labour amendment. As for the community interest that our colleague Mr Ketchick has spoken about, at that meeting it was clear, because of the hard work that was done by the community education representatives, they gave everybody that evening an opportunity to come forward. They stated quite clearly the reasons why they could not take this on, because of the factors that were very serious about the ramifications of trying to take an asset transfer on. They also were very proactive when they invited along a group that's actually took an asset transfer on. Former Labour councillor Betty Cook, her husband, was there and did a presentation on the factual matter of taking an asset on, and they showed quite clearly that it was a very difficult situation. I'm going to ask a couple of questions, Provost. First of all, I'd like to go back to Mr Kettrick and say that you stated at the very beginning that there were 10 interested people in the Bonnybridge area. You also disclosed the fact that there were certain areas where you could look 1, 2 and 3 exactly where they were at. Could you maybe tell us where these 10 people are in relation to the asset transfer and the possibility of taking it on?
Through yourself, Provost, they're all at that early stage.
Sorry, at the early stage, because I'll be quite honest with you, there was, I think they said quite clear there were 98 people in the big hall, and there was quite a few, so there was well over 100 there. And to be honest with you, although people were desperate, and that was the word for it, desperate to ensure that Bonnybridge Community Centre kept open, there was nobody really there that after what the community education representative stated, how difficult it would be, and in terms of finance and workload, that they could take it on. They could take it on themselves. So I think it'd be really, really, really difficult for anybody in a community to take on an asset transfer, and it's for £6 million. I think that's a bit of a joke. One more question, Provost, to Mr Ketchick again. Should this motion by the SNP administration go through, in terms of the ramifications for the likes of Bonnybridge Community Centre, what would be the future in terms of the process then from now until 26?
Through yourself, Provost, not to be specific on Bonnybridge, but to be the same on all properties that are within the SPR. The next stage is to work with management committees and communities to implement improved financial performance. That's one thing we have to do. So look at increasing uses and the whole raft of things associated with that. In terms of the asset transfer, the next stage is to engage with those community groups and that have expressed an interest, bring them together, form those collaboratives that can then work up business plans and take forward to the next stages of asset transfer. And then after that is to really look at how we can do the diligence in terms of that, you know, so having charitable status and things like that, and basically getting to the stage where we can make formal asset transfer applications. What I would say is, having spoken to the lady for Tamford Hill at the meeting, and it was a good public meeting, that was then, this is now. How we have managed asset transfer in the past hasn't been the most effective. It was relatively a new concept. There's been a lot of lessons learned, I would say. Now we are doing this on this scale. It has to be improved. It has to be a lot quicker. It has to be more basically collaborative between communities and council. So that's the intention going forward. And my team, as is other teams in the council, are committed to pursuing that.
Thank you very much. Just one final question to you, because you were right that the lady, Councillor Cook, who was a councillor in Falkirk District Council for many years, stated quite clearly, and she was very honest in her approach to telling everybody how difficult the situation was and how it's taken. Now, it's very difficult for me to ask you this question, sir, as a top official of Falkirk Council, but having listened to other people and taken advice with other areas that have been doing asset realisations, and quite a lot of them, can you tell me then that over the years, do you believe that asset realisation would work? Is it not the case that in other areas, in other councils, the asset realisation has been carried on many years before, and what's happened is the biggest majority of these asset realisations never ever worked, and at the end of it, these buildings had been closed, and so that's the main worry, that over the years, although we're getting all this rhetoric and we're getting all this correspondence and building communities up to say that they can do this, that the reality is that in a few years, that they're not successful, and what happens then is that these places are then sold off.
So through yourself, Provost, I don't have access to data that says which proportion have been successful or not. I would suggest that that's still early days in terms of community asset transfer for to do any evaluation of that. What I would say is that the approach that we're proposing to adopt gives the best opportunity for assets to be transferred in a sustainable manner, so that they have got that longevity. We've outlined not only the support at the start to get them over the line, but also the continuous support after they're transferred. And we would, expect and hope that that is the best approach to do. There has been good examples where there is buildings that have transferred and have went from strength to strength, but likewise I do accept there is instances where it hasn't been done properly and there has been consequences for that. I would be hoping that the vast majority of ours will be on that more positive route.
And thank you, Provost, and thank you, Mr. Keswick, for taking the time to come out to that meeting that night. It was appreciated. And just one final point, Provost, in relation to what Councillor McCabe had said during his piece. He stated quite clearly that he was really concerned about the lack of information that was coming forward for officers to members. I've been saying that for some considerable time, and I think it's absolutely scandalous, and I'll say this quite publicly, that we are seeing information in the Falkirk Herald before even members get it. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. I think Mr. need to come in.
Thank you. Through you, Provost, I wondered if we could invite Kenny Gillespie just to say a few words, because obviously his team within the communities is the one that would work closely with community groups to help support community asset transfer, as well as with Paul's team.
Mr. Gillespie, would you like to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I hope you can hear me. Thank you. So, just listening to what was being said so far in committee, one of the feedback that we are getting, or when with other communication was before, is how the council can constrain a lot of communities in regards to what they can do and what we can't do. And we've heard some of that today. So one of the things is we do have a lot of good feedback about the potential opportunities to take this forward. Can you not hear me, Provost?
Yes, we can hear it.
Right. Okay, thank you. Sorry, somebody messaged me says you couldn't. Sorry. And taking things forward, albeit though the feedback that we did get is it needed more support, it needed the correct support, and that was some of the Council of the Future projects working with community learning development teams and making sure that they support. We've heard earlier from our colleague Mr. Kettrick there about making sure that we put the right teams in place, and also from local members. That again has been heard loud and clear from our communities, that they need support, but they need constructive support, and not the case of what's maybe happened before, saying there's our asset transfer, there you go, and then walk away. We have systems now in place to support. We're using more of our third sector and people who have, and community groups who have made massive successes, but also looking out with their own council and talking to other councils who have made things positive and made a huge difference. I think also moving to what's being proposed today, the idea is that you may get more than one group using a property or a building where they can share these experiences, but also build on the positivity of these experiences as well, Provost. So it's not all going to be plain sailing, please. I'm not saying that, but we've heard a lot from our communities saying that a lot of them are constrained in the past about some of the times, opening times and requirements from the council, Provost.
Thanks very much, Mr. Gillespie. We'll now go to Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Provost.
In the last 11 months since I've been in the council, I've continuously watched this Labour group cite they don't want this, they don't want yet that, yet they have failed to produce a budget, a plan or a vision. Instead, they want more reports on the same subjects, costing more money and more time and refusing to make decisions. Just kicking things into the long grass. So much for collaborative leadership. Not a mention about a huge budget gap or the effect this has on the council. Always on the blame game, taking no responsibility for the lack of their decisions. It's time to make a decision and get our council back on track.
Thanks very much, Councillor Devine. We'll now go to Councillor Binney.
Thank you, Provost. I just want to say that maybe words of wisdom, you might call it that, but the usage figures that we talked about before, and I think as councillors, it's for all councillors, it's very important to get the correct data in relation to what we're talking about to make an informed decision at the stage or the phase and things like that. My experience in community halls and things like that, one in particular in my ward, it actually had a very large usage figure, but what actually happened was, because lack of maintenance, lack of repairs, what happened, they had to close some of their classes. So eventually, when it came to the report, the usage figures looked quite low. So the point I'm trying to make is pushing forward is very important. Correct data is very important. But if we're giving out data about usage, what we have to say is, well, why did that decrease? In a way, in that sense, when you're looking at it, you're thinking it's not getting used, but it could have been used. That's the whole point. So we've got to give the full story when we're giving data. So I think it's important, perhaps, if you don't mind me saying, in a report, maybe it should reflect that, because then we can make that correct, informed decision. So it was just really to mention that. Okay.
Thanks very much, Councillor Binney. Councillor Kelly, you've already spoken, but is that a question you have?
It was a question to Mr. Benny's answer to what I'd said about boilers and that. You're saying that the money for boilers and stuff like that is going to come out of that 6 million, but Mr. Kettrick tells us that it's for wind and watertight only. To answer any questions I've asked on that, could you expand a wee bit on how this 6 million is going to stretch to cover boilers and wind and watertight and maybe rewiring?
Mr. Kettrick.
Through you, Provost. I think we've been quite clear, and perhaps we've maybe miscommunicated this, but don't think so. But the intention is that the council will, if there is no enabling funds, we will transfer buildings in wind, watertight and a statutorily compliant condition. That's the baseline as us as a property conveyor, a transferor. That's the standard that we will have buildings at to transfer. The £6 million can be used to enhance that for things like, if it needs in the longer term, boilers, energy efficiency works and things like that. That's the quite clear position. I think we've been clear on. Other buildings at the moment are generally wind and watertight. They're all statutorily compliant. So at that stage, we can transfer them. What I would be saying is that if there's an identification, let's take a roof, for instance, or a boiler that is nearing the end of its life, and to improve that building would mean that the asset transfer is more sustainable and they're not going to get hit with a big bill a year down the line, 2 years down the line. That's what the £6 million is there to do. And the full condition surveys that we will be offering to undertake for communities in advance of assets transfer to ensure there is a full knowledge of what they're taking on, will identify things like that.
That's great. It just seems a lot to come out of £6 million budget, But thanks, Paul. Obliged.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kelly. We'll now go to Councillor Ritchie.
That's right. Right, thanks, Provost. See, before I start, I would like a couple of questions answered. It's on page 99, and it's regarding the Kinneil Museum. Now, this wasn't on So is this down for closure? Because I was told it wasn't.
Okay, Mr. Kefrick.
Sorry, I missed the first part of that.
It was the Canal Museum. Now, I was told this was not on and there was no plans to close it. Is there plans to close it?
So the Canal Museum forms part of the Parks Review, and therefore it would be considered as part of the Parks Review. So the proposal isn't for it to close at this stage, is to be considered as part of the Parks Review.
But it's actually down here as close. So is that going to be closed as well as everything else in Bowness and Blackness? Hello, you lost me.
No, we're trying to get an answer for you.
Through you, Provost, I'm just checking the report to make sure.
It's on page 99, Paul.
99 for me is actually Avonbridge, so.
Oh, right, it's the second for the top. Canal Museum, Bowness, Blackness, phase 2, close appraisal as part of Parks Review. So I take it that as down for closure.
Index 2.
So I'm looking at a lot of different bits of the.
Yep, through you, Provost. Yes, with other properties that are within that phase, the recommendation is quite clear. The intention would be to close with an appraisal as part of the Parks Review if it's to be saved, and that would be on the basis of the financial improvement model, the alternative delivery models, or the community asset transfer. But it is subject to the appraisal of the Parks Review, which may conclude something different.
Right, it's just it's no on today's, but I just wanted it, so that's how I'm quickly trying to do it, but no put into my 4 minutes. Second thing is something Councillor Bowes said was about the Bowness Town Hall, Grangemouth Town Hall, Dobie Hall. They're not on here, they're off it, blah, blah, blah. Can we not kid ourselves here? The only reason they 2 town halls and the Dobie Hall is off is due to Falkirk Town Hall being closed. No other reason, or they would have been down to close. So please don't try and kid us, because we know what's going on. Okay, right, I'll actually go into what I'm going to say now, Provost. A petition was handed in today in regards to the toilets at Blackness. There was 2,000 signatures on this petition. The closure should not be taken forward due to the closure of the Bowness toilets. Residents and visitors walking the John Muir Trail will have nowhere to take comfort breaks due to this proposed closure if it goes ahead. No organisation has come forward to take over the toilets, and to be honest, who can blame them? Who wants to clean toilets, etc. on a voluntary basis when it's not just going to be once or twice a week? This is going to be morning, noon and night that these toilets are going to have to be cleaned, because the amount of people that walk the John Muir Trail and visit Blackness Castle. Okay, it's already been disclosed that the pub and restaurant in Blackness, they can also take in everyone that needs a comfort break. It's okay if they're going in and buying, but the amount of visitors that go down there, you can't ask a premises to let people come in their door where people are sitting and go through it to go to toilets. That's just not right. So that's another one with that. Blackness Castle have been told that yes, they've got a toilet, but they are going to ask people to buy a ticket for the castle so they can use it. Now, closing toilets is going to impact people visiting Blackness and walking the John Muir Trail. The council are always going on about the John Muir Trail, what great, boasting about it, what it brings to the Falkirk district. But close the toilets, it doesn't make sense. The closure will impact families who have children who need the toilet, elderly people, people with medical issues who need to go to a toilet quickly. Many people who come to Blackness to camp on the beach or with their camper vans and stay overnight, they've not got toilet facilities. So they're actually leaving themselves outside folks' properties. Now, it's not nice getting up in the morning, seeing what's outside your gate. Do you think that's all right? So that's what I'm going to say about Blackness toilets. I would like to thank Howden Hill Community Centre, the group that's here. They've been doing a fantastic job taking this forward, and they've got it again. What do you call it? The building's been upgraded. They're doing a good job getting bookings in and out. But I've just noticed on the results that we got back in as well for the consultation that they're not to take forward to take on as well. That's not true. They've been asking questions and not getting told the answers. So I think someone should be getting back in touch with the committee about that one. The Bowness Recreation Centre.
That's 4 minutes, Councillor Ritchie, if you kind of try and wrap up.
Well, it's just the recreation centre, but remember, Provost, the first two that I asked, it wasn't about what I'm talking about.
Agreed.
It was questions. So really, that's the reason I brought them up first. We put a petition in today for 4,080 on it, handed it in this morning. There's more still to come because they're still coming in. Residents from Bowness and Blackness are also further afield in Falkirk Council. I've met the last few months. They're not happy with this decision getting made. The proposed closure is going to affect people who attend due to medical issues. It has been reported about the number of referrals from the NHS. If closed, this is going to impact our NHS, which is already under a lot of strain at present, which you all know. Where will people go to work out and go to their clubs to get advice, etc.? Clubs like Active Forth, who are dealing with a lot of people over at the recreation centre that's been under the doctor in the hospital. Our children and youth, where do they go to play? You can go and play for £1 on the Astro, badminton, whatever, in the Bowness Recreation Centre. We haven't got that much for Bowness being a town. We haven't got the facilities, even at it's heartbreaking listening to the Bairns when they've been coming to speak to me over at the centre the last couple of months about this. The councils are saying,
could you sum up, please?
I'll just get I'll be another minute or so. The council are saying we will use the pool in the Bowness Academy, a pool that is not deep enough for two of the groups that use the centre. That is only a third of the size of their pool at the Bowness Recreation Centre. The population is sitting at 15,400. That was at 2019. We're a lot more now due to the houses that have been built and the rest that's going to be built. You can understand the difficulty with that. Pupils at Bowness Academy are already using the recreation centre several times a week. There's not enough room at the academy. How do we expect the academy to handle all the users of the centre with all the sports that I've done at present and the pool? I'm sorry, but I want to finish, Provost. Listen, Bowness has been hard on this, very, very hard, and it's going to take that long to get through everything that I've got. I'm sorry. Not being open part of the day when the school has been used, in my opinion, and others within the community.
You're only allowed 4 minutes, and I've been fairly lenient with you.
You have, Provost, I will say that, but as I've said, there's 5 places I've had to speak about the day.
Aye, but
now,
you're only
4 minutes for 5
but in the rules, you're only allowed 4 minutes.
Well, what I want to say anyway, but end it right, and then I'll sit down. It's not a laughing matter, so see whoever's laughing, I think you should stop. There's too much of that going on about it in the full council meetings nowadays.
Well, we'll give you another minute, and that's it.
Now, all I want to say is you have all got a pack that was sent on to you, Provost. If you could all have a look at that, and then that'll give you more information. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much. And I'd just like to say I was handed the petitions today, Blackness Toilets petition and the Bowness Recreation Centre petition, which I'll ensure the officers keep these safe. Thank you.
Thanks, Provost.
Thank you. What was your 19 one? Okay.
Can I ask, confirm that the Bowness Town Hall, Grangemouth Town Hall, with the Dobby Hall, were removed from the SPR list and made into core projects rather than non-core projects? It's been suggested to have a personal reason title just over that.
Right, Mr. Kirkland.
Through you, Provost, recommendation F notes that town halls are now considered core properties and not proposed to close as part of the SPR and will be evaluated and reported upon separately.
19.1, Provost.
What was
Provost,
it?
Well,
okay,
Councillor Bowes has just come in and says what he said. Can it be confirmed that the Bowness, Grangemouth and Dobby Hall was an SPR at the beginning and it's only been taken off due to the fact we have not got a Falkirk Town Hall now? Because it was on it.
Oh, okay. Could you perhaps address that, Mr Ketrick.
Through yourself, Provost, there was a motion at Council Executive on the 6th of December that stated that the town halls were to be considered as core properties and therefore did not form part of the core SPR. And that's the intention, is that they do not form part of the SPR and will be evaluated separately due to their nature.
Thanks very much.
Again, Provost, I want to clarify that. I'm sorry, but this has been brought up before. Bowness Town Hall was on it. It was on it. When we had our meetings, our ward meetings, and we also had the meetings, the consultations during COVID, it was on it then when we were speaking about it. Is that true?
Well, I think that they're now non-core, if that's...
Aye, now.
But
they were on it. So I'll say again, don't kid yourselves. They're not on this because of Falkirk Town Hall.
Okay, Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Meekins. Correct. But I think it's correct, so I'll leave it to you. Okay, we'll go to Councillor Nimmo for a question, I believe.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. It is just a question, and it's based on one of Mr Ketrick's previous answers. I know you said, Paul, that you'd be making buildings wind and watertight with regard to any potential takeover, but can we maybe go a bit further and offer a formal survey that might give public groups more confidence in taking these sort of buildings over? These public groups might want to do their own survey. Are we encouraging this?
Mr Ketrick.
Through yourself, Provost, the traditional approach to condition surveys is that user groups or prospective groups would undertake their own survey. We're offering that we will undertake the full condition survey, which would be done by an independent company, separate from the council. So it won't be our staff that will undertake it, and we'd be happy to share that as an initial cost to the council as part of that asset transfer process, as part of that building the confidence and capacity for them to take it on. If they wish to go and get their own survey, that would be clearly something for them to consider themselves. But I've been quite clear that the commitment is that any building that transfers will be on the basis of its wind and watertight and statutorily compliant, and then the £6 million is used to assist with the other aspects of it, such as energy efficiency or long-term planned maintenance works.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Paul.
Thanks very much, Councillor Nimmo. We'll now go to Councillor Colley, then Councillor Anslow.
Yes, thank you. I think I just want to restate what is in our motion and the term last resort. If there's no community asset transfer, no alternative business model or partnership agreement, or the property financial improvement, performance improvement can't be achieved. I want to emphasise the words last resort. There are many of our facilities have huge potential, perhaps yet unrealised, alternative service models, increasing income, and we've actually heard some of that just now. And Bonnybridge talked about that huge asset that the community centre is, and there are many groups that they run, some which I'm sure can gather more funds, and we have already a number of people who are interested in the community asset transfer, but some of it can be about usage, it can be about other funds from elsewhere, and we have stuff around the community choices, but also the Health and Wellbeing Inequalities Fund and other funds like that can help support the financial performance improvement. And we heard from the ski centre and from I want to say Snow Sports Scotland, and you're really trying to talk about getting behind and working out how the Polmont Ski Centre can work to its best effect, and you know it was a bit of a surprise that they hadn't been involved earlier in that, because that seemed like a really good opportunity. and thinking of and Bowness Recreation Centre has been mentioned a few times, and you know I'm in awe sometimes around Bowness. It's a community that's responsible for the biggest children's fair in Europe. And I'd be astounded if they don't get behind the recreation centre, that they can increase its income and usage and explore as many options as possible. There is potential out there, and there's huge positive energy in our communities. Obviously, I mentioned Roots already, but you know, in my ward, and Councillor Kelly mentioned it earlier around the Banknock Community Hall. And when the public meeting was called about involving people in it, the number of people who attended that and the number of people who really wanted to get involved. But other things in our areas, like the Hope Hub in Denny that started from zero and now has a morning as a drop in every morning, is running food services, has a warm space. This is also helping with food and a number of other activities that require all these different things happening. And I can't not mention Archibald Russell Centre, which again has a number of different things running in the centre that are funded from different areas. So I'm going to say the words again, last resort. There's so many other steps before that, and we can actually, with our communities, really support a lot of the facilities being really strong. And I think we've got a job as elected members as well to support that and come forward with the most positive vision we can. And we are in challenging times, but we can find a positive vision and we can support our communities through that.
Thanks very much, Councillor Colley. We'll now go to Councillor Anslow.
Thank you, Provost. As usual, I've listened quietly to everybody else, and it's just a couple of short statements I really want to make. One is around the council vision, which clearly states it promotes the health, the well-being of its constituents, and equalities for all. Well, I'm sorry to say yet again, here we are again, and what we're proposing today is totally contrary to that vision. Not only under the consultation was it unfair, unequitable, because a lot of the consultations were during the day when most of us work, including myself, but also I cover an area which is largely rural and most people couldn't get to them because they were held in the main towns. And most people couldn't get them because either they were working or those that didn't have access to a car, we don't have a proper bus service to get to them. The final point I want to make, like Councillor Ritchie, I also have a community hall in my area, which I know for a fact, an actual fact, because I've attended the community council meetings, that have been in talks to look over to take that community centre over. Yet I find in the papers there is no mention of it and they just want to close it. And when I queried the point, I've been told that, oh, well, we've had no emails. Well, that's not what I'm being told in the community council meetings. So that, along with the footfall issue, this particular community hall does have a high footfall, and it's also one of the rated A with the highest energy rating. So I'm sorry, but I don't trust any of the facts in this report, and I will be voting against it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Anslow. Councillor Hannah, you got a question or?
With your indulgence, I have checked this out with our council officers and they said it's like acceptable. The light, and I have to have the indulgence of my seconder, Councillor Redmond. In the light of some of the things that Councillor Ritchie has said, within my amendment, I would like to add in public conveniences into the list of properties that we would want to be added into the replacement point B.
Yeah, okay, thanks very much for that. We'll now go to Councillor Meikle-John to sum up, and then we'll go to the vote.
Thank you, Provost. I think I've got the microphone that's working. I'm going to keep it very brief because I think everybody's kind of had a good go at this. But you know, what's Beggar's belief is that a strategy that was first brought forward by the Labour group in a previous administration, that we now find that they want to throw out, and you know, I suppose it's consistent with what's happened over the last 5 years. Bring forward the strategy, rubbish it, delay it, and we don't actually make any progress. Puts the council into a further position of financial instability, and absolutely thwarts actually being able to take some decisions that, while are hard, we need to look at the longer term for our communities. The Falkirk Community Trust, in fact, brought forward exactly the same proposals that much of what's here, and council rejected them. They've continually rejected them. So we know that the professionals are giving us the best possible guidance. And I have to say, I'm really disappointed in some of the comments, and I do feel for the staff, some of the comments around not believing the reports and not reading the information that's here. Because they have us swimming in information. They have done their best to be able to meet the demands of members, and to say you don't believe that is really yeah, disgraceful to do that. Officers would not be giving us information if they thought it was flawed in any way, and they want the council to do its best to take the good decisions and be able to see improvements. So I think by doing that, and having the scaremongering that we've had, particularly around the town halls, that's what creates a distrust for our communities. And I think that those that are continuing to take that agenda forward, I really do a disservice to their communities when they really should be working to look to get improvements. What we've not heard is how any of this is going to be funded. We have a pot of 6 million to do the work that needs to get done to help some of those be able to buildings to be transferred into the community. That's far more than the maintenance we've got for our own buildings right now. It's a huge pot of money to be able to help that be facilitated. And take advantage of that, we leave ourselves very much open to scrutiny from our auditors well, and we know that we are due to have the best value auditors back very soon to look at, and financial sustainability is going to be key to that. The debate today is not really, certainly from Labour members, been about what's best for the community. It's coming across as it's just against the SNP. And as Councillor Bowes has said, maybe the faces have changed, but the approach hasn't. And that's what we're continually seeing coming forward. So I'm confident that we have a plan in place, and while it's difficult for us, it's difficult for our communities. It will allow us to make progress. It will allow us to see investment. And just about 15 minutes ago, a press release popped up indicating that Falkirk Council and the Lawn Tennis Association have announced partnership to invest and refurbish public park tennis courts in Falkirk and Grangemouth. That's what we should be taking forward. That's the type of thing that we need to invest in and actually work towards. We've got the opportunity. We heard from Snow Sports Scotland. We can work with Sports Scotland. We've got real opportunities there, and that's the type of thing that we should be investing our time in, and looking at those partnerships for our bigger facilities. We have great partnerships with our communities just beginning to be explored. As I say, the community asset transfer has got so many interests coming forward that we are in danger of putting people off if they hear some of the debate in here today. It's certainly not about empowering communities, it's about opposition for opposition's sake, not looking at the bigger picture and seeing how we can actually look to invest in our communities for the long term. Short-termism, yet again, and it is holding this council back. Provost, I move the recommendations as moved about 3 hours ago.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. We'll just go to Mr Moody now to summarise where we are.
Yes, thank you, Provost. We have a motion which is moved by Councillor Meikle-John, seconded by Councillor Garner, and that's been circulated, against which there is an amendment moved by Councillor Hannah and seconded by Councillor Redmond, which has been adjusted during the course of the debate to include reference to public conveniences. Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
The motion.
Councillor Ansell.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes. Councillor Brown.
For the motion.
Councillor Buchanan. Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Motion.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
And Councillor Steinbank.
Amendment.
Provost, there are 15 votes for the motion. There are 12 votes for the amendment. The motion is carried, and that remains the substantive motion against which Councillor Bundy may now proceed to move his amendment previously intimated.
Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. Like everyone in this room and online, we got elected to stand up for Falkirk, to stand up for communities. And yet again, Paul Garner says same old Labour. I would say same old council debates that I've been in. The SNP putting forward proposals, not recognising cuts by the Scottish Government, putting us in this financial situation, but then Labour appearing to have more hope that the Scottish Government will fill the black hole than the SNP. It's quite a contradictory position for somebody from outside this debate. And certainly with Hamza Yousaf becoming First Minister, my confidence has not increased with that black hole being filled by the Scottish Government. But we have to work in the prism that we're in. We want to serve Falkirk now, and we want to serve Falkirk for generations to come. That means we have to apply financial realism. And as Mr. Kettrick said in his answer to my question regarding the Labour amendment, it would have been a lot of poor quality assets with little to no money to improve them. That's the reality, and that's not the best for Falkirk now. It's certainly not the best for Falkirk in the future. So we've got to harmonise these aims of financial stability and serving our community, and that is what we've tried to do in our amendment. And there has been a lot of talk about Grangemouth Town Hall, Bowness Town Hall, the Dobie Hall. I'd just like to put on the public record that was a Conservative amendment that put those three properties into the core building. Nothing to do with Falkirk Town Hall, to put clarity on that as well. But it was the Conservative amendment recognising that these three buildings are important to not just the communities of Larbert, Grangemouth and Bowness, but to the whole area of Falkirk Council. And that's why we put that amendment forward in December to safeguard those buildings. And that shows what can be done when you take a pragmatic approach. And that's what we're doing here. We understand how important community centres are to communities throughout Falkirk. The deputation made by Bonnybridge Community Centre today highlighted that. And if we go through every mechanism as laid out by the amendment in the administration's motion, and there's still no community asset transfer, improved financial performance, no alternative business model, the Conservatives still don't believe it's right that communities could be left without a community centre. We believe if that comes to that situation, that decision has to come back to full council and treated as an independent topic. And that is what this amendment does. It's a safety net for community centres. It doesn't solve the problem, and we encourage
all groups and all community centres to go through every stage in the administration amendment to their motion to try and get a community asset transfer or an alternative business model, partnership arrangement, or to have a improved financial performance. And that is the best way to secure the future. But if all those are tested, maximised, and there's still no solution, the democratic thing is for that decision to come back to this council and the councillors are accountable. And that is what we are doing. So I know the motion or our amendment doesn't go as far as what Labour and the Independents would like. But that democratic accountability and recognising the importance of community centres, as was in your amendment, please do support our amendment to this motion. And I make the same plea to the Independents as well. So that is what the Falkirk Conservatives are putting forward, a pragmatic approach, trying to harmonise the need for financial stability. So Falkirk Council can serve our communities in the long term, but recognising that in the now, there's some buildings, some community centres that serve a community and that they should be given every chance to stay open. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. Do you have a seconder?
I'll second that, Provost.
Thanks very much.
Come back in.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kerr.
Provost, I wonder if we could maybe have a short recess just to have just to go over this amendment by Councillor Bundy. Would that be okay?
Okay, a recess for 10-15 minutes. Yes. Okay, well, welcome back everyone, and I'm sure everyone's had a chance to discuss the Conservative amendment, so we'll now open up for debate. Any questions specifically around the Conservative amendment? Councillor Buchanan.
Thank you very much, Provost, and thank you for giving an opportunity for the recess. I think it would be opportune if Councillor Bundy could maybe speak to his amendment. We've got copies of it, but I would like to hear him speak to this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Bundy.
I spoke to it before we had that recess, but if there's any questions that Councillor Buchanan has, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay. Any specific questions for Councillor Bundy?
Oh, sorry.
I'm fine, thank you.
Councillor Spears.
Just a point of clarification for Councillor Bundy. What you're saying is the halls will remain open until a suitable organisation can be found to run them.
Councillor Bundy.
Through you, Provost, the amendment that the Conservative group is putting forward would mean that if every mechanism that is in the administration's amendment is tried but not succeeded, then it'll come back to full council before closure. So there would have to be a vote by people sitting here today before there was a closure.
That's not quite the answer that I thought. What I'm saying is if nobody wants to take on a well-used community hall that's run by well-meaning senior citizens, and I speak for my partner who's just messaged me and been working in the food bank at Kersey Bank Community Centre all day, and they're in despair at the news that's coming out of this meeting because they know the service they provide. But if these people who are all retired don't want to take on a business at their age, are you saying that these halls will still remain open?
Through you, Provost, I'm saying that that decision would be made by the people in this room at a future meeting. But the option in front of you today is to either accept this amendment so that choice can be made in the future, or to not accept it into the motion and these properties would close if every mechanism was tried and failed. So to support our community centres, which I hope we both want to do, I would ask you to vote for this amendment so it's incorporated into the motion. Thank you.
I think I've already stated I've supported community centres all my political life, and I'm in despair today that the work and hard work that a lot of people have put in decorating them, getting new kitchens, running them and organising them has come to this today. Thank you.
Okay, so any other questions for Councillor Bundy? Councillor Redmond.
Thanks. So obviously, it was quite as far as our amendment went, but it is a good idea to bring the community centres back to full council, have a full say on it. But I'm just wondering, would it not be a good idea for Bowness Rec, Grangemouth Stadium and Pullman Ski Slope to come back to full council after every possible avenue has been exhausted, and then we can have a final decision? Should the people of Bowness not have the same privilege as the people of Bonnybridge? Thanks.
Was that a question for Councillor?
Through you, Provost, our amendment with D, with replacing D, would allow ways to have capital investment into the property that we are keeping. But as has been said by Mr. Kettrick already, that this money would have to come from somewhere. So I think if Mr. Kettrick would be okay to answer this point with more detail than I could, how would the funding for keeping properties open that we're going to keep come from, and would that, if we were to put the sports facilities into our amendment, how that would be impacted? Thank you.
Mr. Kettrick.
Through you, Provost. So we have allocated budgets for the core properties. I think the key point to note is that within the sports facilities, there is the largest potential savings that can be achieved. We need to get to a position where there is £2.5 million plus budgeted savings, so that enabling funds can be provided to support asset transfers. The figure we've highlighted in the report is £450,000 above that is required to create £6 million of enabling funds. If we don't achieve that level of saving, then clearly there would be a reduced opportunity for enabling funds to support the community asset transfers, which, you know, we've had debate on today, that we know will not be easy and will require support. And therefore that opportunity or that support would be reduced. So, you know, it's really for elected members to make the decision. However, my advice would be is, if we are to be successful in community asset transfer, we need to be providing communities as much support as possible.
Okay. So does that mean that we're relying on the larger facilities to close then? So if somebody came up with a community asset transfer for Bowness and wanted money to invest in Bowness, that wouldn't be available because you need Bowness to close down in order to provide money for the community asset transfers?
Through you, Provost, if the building asset transferred, the council would no longer be incurring the subsidy, and therefore that would be part of that £6 million pot that could potentially be accessed. If we don't close any buildings down and make the decision to close buildings down, we can't borrow money to actually enable the asset transfers.
Yeah. So, but if the money enables the asset transfer, and somebody wants to asset transfer Bowness Recreation Centre or Grangemouth Stadium or the ski slope, if they want to asset transfer that, where does the money to enable their asset transfer come from? So you're saying that asset transfer then can't be done for the three big facilities because they won't have the capital funding, because the capital funding relies on them being sold?
Through yourself, Provost, perhaps I'm maybe miscommunicating. The whole SPR outlines £3 million of net savings. £2.5 million is the budgeted saving. Irrespective of which buildings make that up, whether it's community facilities, the ski centre, Bowness Recreation, we have to achieve over the £2.5 million to start to provide the enabling funds to support the community asset transfers. If a building community asset transfers, the council at that point is discharging itself from the costs that makes a saving. If the saving is then made, we can borrow on that basis. So it is, if the building is transferring, we make a saving, and that can contribute to that pot to provide the enabling funds. So it's a virtuous circle in effect, to try and, you know, you achieve the saving, you can then borrow on the back of that saving to then fund the asset transfer.
So that seems a bit difficult, but because if you're wanting to do an asset transfer and you're waiting on to save, I mean, that £2.5 million, that could take loads of buildings to close down. That could take years to go through the process. So how do we get people asset transfer, get the £6 million to help people start the asset transfer if we need to go through all these motions?
I will let our Section 95 officer come in and advise on how the prudential borrowing works. But if you have a reasonable certainty of savings that are coming through asset transfer because you've made the decision, irrespective of whether an asset transfers, alternative delivery model or closes, because ultimately that's a saving. All of those options deliver the council's saving, then in effect you can borrow on the basis of that money. But I'll let Amanda perhaps come in on the technicalities of the phasing of the borrowing.
Okay, Ms Templeman.
Thank you, Provost. I suppose I would just say the fundamentals of borrowing are that we need to feel that it's affordable, and we need to be reassured that it's affordable. We can borrow if we want, but we need to be comfortable that it's prudent, affordable and sustainable. Now, if we know, I think with the community asset transfers, I suppose I would treat them like a bit of a spend to save. We may have to invest, but we know that there'll be a saving that will come on the back of that, and then that saving can then facilitate or support the borrowing that we have to do. I think, you know, what the report in front of you, the proposals, it's complicated. There's a lot of moving parts, so it's something that we would be monitoring closely as we go forward. But I think I would treat them, I would think of them as a spend to save project.
Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Redmond. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. I've listened to the amendment from the Conservatives, Councillor Bundy. I'd just like to give notice of a further amendment that we'll speak to later. One wee question I have, and it may be Mr. Kettrick, apologies, Paul, you're on the mat again here. This is to do with page 45 of the report. As part of the support package, the council works out the estimated costs of the energy efficiency upgrades to national standards for the town halls, and the officers report back on the cost of this at the point of final decision, with a view to creating a specific fund from the £6 million capital fund so community-led groups can afford to retrofit their building. The question I'm asking, Paul, is this kind of falls in with something that Councillor Ritchie was alluding to, where the town halls have become core buildings. They've been taken out of the SPR, if you like, but we did have this £6 million figure. It looks now as if we are going to put aside some money to upgrade the town halls, and that's coming out of the £6 million. So is the £6 million for the rest of the community asset transfer, is that going to be impacted?
Mr. Kettrick. Mr. Benny, sorry.
Through you, Provost. With regard to the town halls, we're accepting that they are quite different buildings, and so we want to do that as a separate review. So we're going to look at them, look at maximising the usage of those, look at the commercial income that we can generate, picking up on comments that elected members have made. Also acknowledging that the motion asked us to go away and find out the energy efficiency costs of trying to make those buildings net zero. That isn't something that we can get quickly, that requires some significant survey work done onto those buildings. So when we have that information, it's my view that we come back to council to say, if you wanted to make these buildings energy efficient, it would cost X. And in the meantime, colleagues within children's services have been working hard to make them more commercial and generate additional income. This is the ongoing cost to council. And we can have a discussion at that point about what is the long-term future for the town halls. But I think we're clear that the report in front of you identifies how we can create a fund of £6 million by releasing these buildings either to the community or at the last resort by having to close them, and that will generate the capital funding to invest £6 million in community asset transfer buildings. So I think again it's a positive that the council has, on an annual basis, much less than £6 million a year to spend on upgrading its buildings. So £6 million is a significant amount of money. But I think we also need to see the appetite from the communities follow through to community asset transfer to identify how much of that £6 million is required to support the changes.
Thanks, Mr. Benny. I thought I was getting there, but then I seem to have been taken down another track altogether. My question really was the figure X to refurbish, bring these town halls up to energy efficiency standards. Let's just say it's 2 million. Does that then leave £4 million for the rest of the community asset transfers? No.
Through you, Provost, and they're separate. The money that would come for the town halls would not be part of the £6 million. The £6 million is for the properties listed in the report that's presented today by Mr. Kettrick. The town halls are a different project and require a lot more information, but and that, as I say, we will come back once we've got a proper report on the town halls.
Hi, I'm a bit confused. So ballroom dancing classes are more important than food banks.
Oh, come
You're
on.
making a difference between the halls. And hey, great fan of Grangebury Town Hall. I'm glad it's staying open. But I'm also a great fan of supplying to the poor and needy that's in our town at the moment.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. Councillor Meeker-John.
Thank you, Provost. I've given the service a great deal of thought and trying to work it through, particularly in my head a wee bit, how this might work. And I think it's a reasonably pragmatic way forward, and it's a bit of a protection. Now, I think we need to be realistic. The recreation centre, ski slope, and the stadia are bigger facilities. They're not really likely to go to a community transfer, because if the council are having challenges and delivering on them, then I think community groups are still going to have a challenge. But they do sit akin to working with a partnership model, along with all the other phases that we've got around that, increasing the income generation, making it a more sustainable business model, and everything that goes along with it. So I think we're not talking about apples with apples there. Whereas I think community halls and community centres are probably more likely to be attractive to a community asset transfer. However, there's multiple halls across the district, and I take on board that Bonnybridge has only one particular hall, and I appreciate all of that. But I think what this does is gives a little bit of protection around the community halls, that where there is no community asset transfer of any hall in a particular area, it gives an opportunity to come back to council to look at that again. Now, that's not saying that we might not go to closure, because we can't guarantee that until we've got all the information in front of us. But if in a circumstance where that is the only community facility, it maybe gives us an opportunity to look at doing something different. So that's kind of how it's going through my mind right now. But what we can't do is completely take halls out and not allow our communities to take some of what they want to do by way of ownership. And I think there's just, we have to be very careful about this, because if we say we're taking community halls out, then that's fine. Nobody's going to be interested in taking a community asset transfer on. And therefore the strategy does not work and we do not get the outcomes. A little bit of anxiety because and the amendment means that we will not get that 6 million or not realise that full 6 million. It could be reduced, but there is maybe a risk around that we're willing to take. But it is a risk that we won't then have that money to invest. But it's about having a pragmatic way forward that allows the strategy to continue. It doesn't delay, it allows us to actually make some progress, and gives us an option at some point in the future to come back if things aren't realised through that community asset transfer. So I think I would be minded to support the amendment in order to get there. Otherwise, we have not actually made any progress whatsoever. So that's my view on that, Provost. That I think I'd be certainly minded to accept it. Thank you.
Sorry, I had my light on, Provost. And Councillor Bundy said earlier on that he thought that this was the same old council meeting every time the Labour puts forward something against the SNP motion and gets beaten down. I would say, yeah, it is the same old council meeting. Every time we put forward a positive suggestion, which we have put forward a lot of positive suggestions over the course of this council so far. The Conservatives vote with the SNP and against the Labour proposals. That has been consistent throughout the term of this council. And there's been comments made about me personally, there's been comments made about previous Labour administrations. I seem to be being held responsible for what previous Labour administrations did when I wasn't even here. However, I haven't done a 19-1. I have just kept quiet, but I have to say I find it really, really sad that this constant carping. We have tried very hard to put forward positive ideas. We have tried very hard to put forward positive proposals, and sadly we have not managed to get them through. To be fair, that's democracy and we have to accept that, but to say that somehow the town halls have been saved when quite clearly that is not the case. The town halls are still on the table, just through a different route. And sorry, I had this conversation with officers previously and they confirmed that my view was right. The town halls have not been saved in perpetuity. They are still on the table, but through a different route and through a different report route. So I think it has to be said, and has to be said quite clearly, that we are concerned about this amendment because it is another example of the Conservatives supporting the SNP with a wee tweak at the end of the tail. But I'll be happy to hear any other comments that are made.
Thank you, Provost. Councillor Hannah there was talking about how we haven't accepted Labour amendments. We have been pretty clear. The Conservative position is that we want to empower Falkirk, but do so in a way which ensures a stable financial footing in the future. And that means taking pragmatic steps to reduce recurring expenditure. I've not heard once from the Labour group where those savings are coming from.
no budget alternative. So we didn't know what you wanted council tax to be. We didn't know what your spending cuts were going to be. And the answer appears the Scottish Government must fund it all. And I agree with you that the Scottish Government should be giving more funding to Falkirk Council. But as I said in my speech, I don't have any hope in the Scottish Government doing that. So we are in a position where we need to work for a balanced budget. And that's the position that we're in, and that's the realism of the situation. So if you and the Labour group want to work on that ground in terms of we need to get towards a stable financial footing and do so in a way that protects our community, then we are more than happy to work. And you say these are small tweaks that we're doing to amendment, or small tweaks to the motions being proposed by the administration. That is a characteristic of our amendments. In the climate change amendment, we've got it so the council takes area-wide emissions into account. That's a gigantic step forward for the Falkirk Council area to meet our area-wide 2045 target. We have got town halls recognised as core buildings, showing that their place in our communities. And we have negotiated investment into the roads, into the town centre during the budget. Those are not small tweaks. Those are things, proactive things that will empower our communities. And that is what collaboration is about. It's being pragmatic, understanding that there is differences of opinion around this table, but coming together, pushing them aside and working in the interest of Falkirk. That's what the Falkirk Conservatives are doing, and we'll be more than happy to work with Falkirk Labour in the future to do that.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. We'll go to Councillor Buchanan.
Thank you very much. First of all, could I say to Councillor Bundy, and with all due respect, that the administration have put forward budgets for the past few years, and there's been nothing came back for either the Labour or the Tories in relation to their own budgets. But apart from that, I think we're going round in circles now, Provost. Just like clarification in relation to this this amendment by Councillor Bundy. The fact of the matter is there's a substantive motion. So are we going to go to a vote now in relation to this amendment against the substantive motion?
That's correct.
Okay, I think we should go to the vote.
Thanks very much. We'll go to Mr. Moody.
Sorry, Mr. Moody, Provost, I said that we would be minded to support the motion. Therefore, would that not then be incorporated into the substantive motion?
Well, you would need to say that you were incorporating it into the substantive motion. As it stands, there is still the motion and the amendment. So unless you incorporate that amendment into your motion, in which case we don't need a vote, but if not, we do need a vote.
I think we are happy to support the amendment, but that would be as part of our wider motion as it refers to it.
And we just need clarification from Councillor Garner that he's also content for the substantive motion as the seconder to be amended in that way.
Yes, I'm content.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Garner. Provost, in those circumstances, the mover and the seconder have indicated that they are incorporating the terms of Councillor Bundy's amendment into the substantive motion. That then becomes the substantive motion against which Councillor McCabe has given notice of a further amendment.
Provost, could I say at this stage that I'm unhappy with the direction by Mr. Moody? The fact of the matter is I'm quite clear on this, that there should be a vote on this matter. There was a vote already, there's a substantive motion there, and then Councillor Bundy came forward with an amendment. There's been a debate in it, and the fact is that we should have an opportunity to take this to a vote.
Mr. Moody, could we have a vote for or against?
I think so if we take this through logically then, so what we've had is we've got the substantive motion with the amendment against it. The mover of the substantive motion has incorporated the terms of that amendment into the substantive motion. Accordingly, we can't have a vote where it's essentially the same thing against the same thing. So you can't have two identical things with votes in either side of them. I think the leader Provost raises the issue of Is Councillor Buchanan perhaps indicating that there isn't general agreement with the substantive motion as adjusted? If that is the case, then there would be a vote for or against the substantive motion. But I think it would be better to understand Councillor Buchanan's view on that before making assumptions.
Councillor Buchanan.
My view is quite clear that in terms of openness and transparency, we've been here for what? Since 10 o'clock this morning. There's been major debates on major issues. There's many people watching this remotely. And the fact of the matter is that I've never, in all my time in the council, which is 30 years, have seen a decision like this. There's already been a major debate, a decision taken, a substantive motion being moved. And the fact of the matter is now we have another group, which is a Conservative group, coming forward with an amendment. So there should be an opportunity. We've already had a debate on it. And the fact of the matter is we should have a vote on it. And that's clear as day as far as I'm concerned.
I think I can only repeat what I've said. Provost, the amendment has been incorporated into the motion. There isn't a vote to be had on this motion and amendment. So the only vote that there can be is if there isn't general agreement on the substantive motion as it now stands. But maybe it's a question to put to the council, Provost, is there agreement on the motion?
Point of clarification. Have the Conservatives now already voted for the motion? And now the SNP want to vote with an amendment with people who's already voted for the substantive motion? Is that saying the rest of us, because they've got some kind of deal going on, don't have a say? I think Councillor Buchanan's 100% right. We need to be transparent here, and this needs to go to a vote. Yeah, you might find everybody agrees.
Can I have a point of clarification, Provost?
Okay.
Okay, so apologies, because my logical head thing in my little flowchart is not maybe firing on all cylinders at the moment, but what I understand is that the substantive motion at the moment was attempted to be amended, and that has been accepted, that the Conservative amendment will become part of the motion. But there have been notices of further amendments, so the substantive motion as it currently stands may yet be further amended, perhaps by Councillor McCabe, and perhaps then further by somebody else. Who knows what the end up final motion will be, which, if there are no further amendments, could then be for or against. But at the moment, do we not have to go all the way through the process of making sure there are no further amendments before you have a vote for and against, is my question for clarification.
Okay, Mr Moody, then we'll come to Councillor Bundy.
I'm pausing here briefly, Provost, just to give serious thought to the point that is being made by Councillor Murtagh, because I think it's a good one. If you give me just 2 minutes, I'm going to quickly consult the relevant standing order, and we'll be back with you again shortly.
Provost, would it be appropriate for me to make my quick remark?
I think so, yes.
Councillor Spears said that we voted for the administration motion. I think it's quite remarkable that somebody who's been a councillor for under a year appears to know how it operates more than Councillor Spears. That was the motion versus the Labour amendments. Any time we've had an amendment put forward since I've been a councillor, that has a vote and then it goes to the next amendment. That's exactly the procedure that's been followed. So just for clarity, that's been the right way, and I've not been living in a different parallel universe.
Okay, thanks very much.
19-1.
Councillor Spears.
I think it's quite clear if you vote for a motion and then you want to amend the motion you voted for, and you're asking the rest of the council to agree or disagree, you should allow them to vote on that.
Yes, having consulted the relevant standing order, Provost, I have to say I'm in agreement with the point made by Councillor Murtagh. So I correct the advice previously offered, which in the lack of agreement in these circumstances, we would go to a vote for or against. That applies only to unopposed motions. It's already clear there is a notice of further amendment. So the substantive motion becomes the motion as adjusted by Councillor Meikle-John and Councillor Garner, i.e. incorporating Councillor Bundy's amendment, and we now proceed to consider Councillor McCabe's further amendment.
Okay, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost.
Excuse me a second, could we have a copy of the amendment?
Good point. Have you sent the amendment on to?
I have forwarded it to Mr. Perry.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, please, sorry, Brian, I beg your pardon. Yeah, I'll get it circulated just now, Provost.
Provost, while we're waiting on while we're waiting on this amendment being circulated, can I ask for clarification of what time of the meeting? I believe that we're getting close to the 5 o'clock mark. You have to make a decision as to whether.
No, you've not really suspend standing orders if you want to continue. So as we approach 5 o'clock, as a council, we'll have to make that decision whether we continue or not.
Thank you.
With your indulgence, Provost, as people are reading it, I'll just speak to the amendment if you, okay? Just to try and push things on a bit, realising time progresses. There's been a recognition by the SNP administration that their motion and acceptance of the Tory amendment to close properties within the SPR is flawed, hence the removal of Section B of their motion. This is further illustrated by the proposal to form a PDP, Policy Development Panel, on future model of leisure services. As Councillor Hannah earlier alluded to, we're doing things back to front here. In the rolling action log, page 40, it stated that we're going to form this PDP to have a look at a future model for delivering leisure services for the district. I would question, is it not better to determine if we've got a surplus or a shortage of facilities first before we close them down? We heard very eloquently from two groups this morning who expressed their serious concerns about potential closures. There are other people out there with their concerns. The Tories introduced an amendment to apparently protect community halls and education centres. Why only them? Why not our sports centres and recreation facilities? Why are we making that distinction? I believe this amendment is only a ploy to allow the SNP and Tories to push through their extensive sports centres, recreation facilities, sports pavilion closures. And that's come to the fore here, just by the SNP administration accepting the Tory amendment. I stated earlier that the SPR has been in gestation for around 10 years or more. We've had a huge document dropped in our lap and been asked to approve potentially 130 council asset closures. That's not the way to be making broad sweeping decisions. As to the amendment, I know that we're going to get criticism. I'm going to get criticism here that he's kicking it down the road again. This has been on the table for 10 years. So speaking to the amendment, what we would like to see happen is that councillors look at the SPR in detail. We identify very quickly those assets which can be closed or offset using community asset transfer. Those assets which are proving extremely contentious to our electorate, Bowness Recreation, Polmont Ski Centre, Bonnybridge Community Education Centre, Grangemouth Stadium, the Kerseybank CE, they should be considered in greater detail given some of the issues that Councillor Nimmo alluded to earlier on in the discussion. There is absolutely no need for this SNP administration to be galloping towards a hasty closure of assets. The pool closures have been pulled from the agenda for later consideration. We should be doing the same with other sports facilities. I think we've already heard, even by the acceptance of the Tory amendment, there's been a recognition that maybe the council has been running too fast. Let's kind of step back a wee bit. It is only according to Councillor Bundy on community centres, etc. It should be wider than that. We should be taking the time to have a look at that. Again, alluding to my previous tenure as a councillor, 2012 to 2017, the SPR was in circulation or in gestation. I never ever saw it come to council. It's come to council now, it's been dumped in council, 130 properties where we are having to make a decision. That shouldn't happen like that. We should be taking a much more measured approach to this. And I realise this falls into having a bit of sympathy with Councillor Hannah, this petty political point scoring, where it's quoted that the Labour are only looking for headlines. Here's a wee headline for a few people to just have a look at. I don't see anybody, any Labour, looking for that headline. SNP at war. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Phil. Do you have a seconder?
Much pleasure in seconding, and I'll reserve the right, but I will come back.
Thank you. So we'll just open it up for discussion.
Excuse me,
Councillor Hannah.
excuse me, Provost, would it be possible to have a recess, because this has only just come to us, so we'd like to have a look at
Okay, what,
it.
10 minutes, so that do?
Adequate, yes.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks very much. Okay, well, welcome back, everybody. I hope you've had a chance to look at the non-independent aligned independent group's motion. Just going to get someone where we are.
Thank you, Provost. And just as a reminder, we have the substantive motion from Councillor Meikle-John and seconded by Councillor Garner, which has been adjusted during the course of the last debate to incorporate Councillor Bundy's amendment. So that's the substantive motion against which the amendment by Councillor McCabe and seconded by Councillor Spears is made. So unless there are no further contributions, Provost, understand you're proposing to go to the vote.
Go to the vote, yes. Oh, Councillor Spears.
If there's nobody else want to speak on it, I'll certainly use my reserved right. I think if today has proven anything, there is not unity in this council at all. And here we have, much to our surprise, the SNP agreeing with an amendment to be incorporated in theirs from the Conservative Party. Councillor Hannah's right. When Councillor Hannah came into this council, I have never met anybody that was so keen on consolidation and working together. In fact, I criticised her to her face for doing it, but she was a new approach, she was a fresh approach. She's a decent, honest politician who wants to see the best for this district, and I admire her. My partner watches her on YouTube and thinks she's a heroine. This is not anonymity. This is not working together today. This is not unity. This is where ballroom dancing gets preference over food banks. This today, we need to step back and look at it, and especially look at these halls one at a time. To do away with such a large percentage of the council stock at a one-day boat, places that people have put a lifetime of work into. I have to say this because I want to leave this room today and face the public out there. People who put 30, 40 years into their community centre, their town hall, different places, running groups, raising money, getting kitchens fitted, for this council to give them away. We need to take a step back. On behalf of the people who we represent, we need to take a step back and have a serious look at these assets one at a time. Maybe some of them would be better to go. But to say the oldest buildings that are hardest to heat, and of course the most to make them carbon zero, but not look at halls that could be quite easily insulated, is wrong. So on behalf of the people of the district, the ladies that were here for Bonnybridge, the guy for Kerseybank Community Centre, the people for the ski slope, and I can understand Anne getting carried away and upset. She's an emotive person, fighting for our town, fighting for our sports centre, highlighting how if it closes, the school pool is not big enough to cope. So we need to step back here and take this opportunity to seriously look at it. And I know it's been on the table for 10 years. So another few months, seriously looking at it, will do no harm. And I ask that you support this amendment. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. We'll now go to the vote.
Thank you, Provost. And a reminder that the substantive motion is the motion from the administration as adjusted, against which we have the amendment from Councillor McCabe. Provost Bissett.
Abstain.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Motion.
Councillor Anslow.
Abstain.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes. Councillor Brown. Come back to Councillor Brown. Councillor Buchanan. Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon,
Motion.
Councillor Devine,
Motion.
Councillor Flynn,
Motion.
Councillor Forrest,
Motion.
Councillor Garner,
Motion.
Councillor Hannah,
Abstain.
Councillor Kelly,
Abstain.
Councillor Kerr,
Motion.
Councillor McCabe,
Amendment.
Councillor Meikle-John,
Motion.
Councillor Murtagh,
Motion.
Councillor Nimmo,
Abstain.
Councillor Patterson,
Abstain.
Councillor Redmond,
Abstain.
Councillor Ritchie,
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair,
Motion.
Councillor Spears, and Councillor Steinbach.
Abstain.
And I'll come back to Councillor Brown.
For the motion.
Thank you. Provost, there are 15 votes for the motion. There are 4 votes for the amendment, and there are 8 abstentions. The motion is accordingly carried, and there are no further notices of amendment, and that becomes the decision of council on this item.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Mayo can address, we're at 5 o'clock, so Mr. Moody will explain what we do.
Thank you, Provost. And according to our standing orders, the normal end time for a council meeting is 5 o'clock. So that's unless there is agreement to continue beyond 5 o'clock. So the first question would be whether there was general agreement to continue the meeting beyond 5 o'clock. If there isn't general agreement on that point, then it's open to any member to move a motion that we continue beyond 5 o'clock, which if seconded would be voted on without further discussion. So that's, I think, really the issue that's before the council.
I would certainly move that we continue. There's only 2 short items on the agenda, and I don't think it'll take too long. So I would move that we continue.
I'll second.
I'd be happy to agree that I just have a surgery at 6 o'clock that obviously I would want to attend, so hopefully we can finish before that.
Okay, hope so. So agenda item 7 is appointment of chair of the IGB, and there was a supplementary agenda sent out about that. So I'll just hand over to Mr. Moody to go over that.
Thank you, Provost.
Provost. Would this be an opportunity for Councillor Patrick to rejoin?
Yes. Thanks, Councillor Kerr.
As if she's not fell asleep.
Thanks, Provost, and I think the appropriate message has been sent to Councillor Patrick, so no doubt she'll join shortly. She has now joined. Thank you. So, Provost, the purpose of this report primarily relates to the appointment of the chair of the Integration Joint Board in accordance with the integration scheme agreed between the Council and the Health Board. The appointment of the chair of the IGB lies for 2 years with the Health Board and 2 years later with the Council, and those revolve every 2 years. So we've reached the point at which it's now open to the council to appoint the chair, and that appointment is made from the councillor members of the Integration Joint Board. At the time of the agenda being issued, those councillors were as set out in paragraph 3.1, but as the supplementary report notes, Councillor Devine has stood down from the Integration Joint Board, and we have been advised by the leader of the SNP group that they do not propose to appoint a replacement to that particular position. And that appointment was made in accordance with an agreement on political proportionality made at the statutory meeting. And given that one of the groups benefiting from the position within that particular decision has intimated that it doesn't propose to proceed to fill that particular place, it's now open to the council to change the political balance in relation to the integration joint board. So I think logically it would make sense to deal with that issue first, and that would allow the council to know who the members of the integration joint board were to be, from whom the member could be appointed as the chair. So I think, Provost, the first question would be perhaps be to see if the leader has anything to propose in relation to the balance of the membership of the board.
Thank you. I go back to the statutory meeting, Provost, and it was highlighted particularly from the Conservative group they didn't have a place on the Integration Joint Board. There was a time work on change the scheme of delegation. However, in order to change that scheme of delegation, it has implications for the Health Board, and that is taking time to work through. Over recent times, the focus of the Health Board has been elsewhere, which we can understand quite rightly. Therefore, it would be my intention to offer the place to the Conservative group in the meantime until this delegation be updated, and that then can back to council, and we can restore the political proportionality of that. But that would be my intention, and it gives an input from the three political main parties to the IJB.
I think if that's a proposal that we alter the political balance to one SNP, one Labour and one Conservative, I think it would be helpful probably just to know if we have a seconder for that proposal to start off with.
Okay. Do we have a second? Thanks very much, Councillor Devine. Councillor Hannah.
I absolutely agree. I have had conversations with other parties on a number of occasions about this. I think it will be better if we can have an additional member on the IJB so that the other group can be represented. But in the meantime, I think it makes a great deal of sense for this to be 111.
Try to wake you up there. Bundy.
Thank you. Oh, is he there? I'll pass over to
I missed that, Provost. Will you talk to me?
Aye.
Sorry.
Talk to you.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Provost. I think it's only right. Our group has been speaking about this for the last, well, we have been the last 6 years about getting our group represented into the IJB. And at this time, I'd like to propose Councillor Jim Flynn, who has had over 40 years experience working with and through the National Health Service. So I think Jim's past history will be valuable for the council as a member of the IJB, and I'm in a short time in the post like to thank Councillor Devine for her input in that position. Thank you very much, Provost.
We're actually getting asked. I am sitting here gobsmacked. It's just a pity there isn't an independent on it. Then we would have real democracy, but it is Falkirk Council, so we would most likely be abstaining on this because, as you know, with your own Provost committee, there is a democratic deficit.
Okay, thanks for that. Sorry, Moody. I was nearly promoted to yesterday.
So I think the first question, Provost, is are we then agreed that the political proportionality goes to one SNP, one Labour, one Conservative? I think the answer to that may be yes.
Agreed.
We have heard from Councillor Kerr that the nomination from the Conservative group is Councillor Flynn. So we now have our three members of the IGB from whom nominations can be made for the post of chair of the IGB. So the next stage is to ask for nominations to that post.
Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you, Provost. I wish to nominate my colleague, Councillor Colley. I think at this particular juncture with the ongoing work around integration and the changes, particularly with NHS Forth Valley, and the challenges that are faced there, I think that there needs to be some element of a strong chair going in with the knowledge and the background and particularly the history of the IGB going forward. And I think Councillor Colley has a very pragmatic and inclusive way forward in her chairing of the IGB and has a good relationship with the management team within the Health and Social Care Partnership. So I'm confident that she would do an excellent job. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other nominations? Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to nominate Councillor Hannah for her long experience in healthcare services. I think she's an ideal person for the job. She's already had some experience working with the IGB at the present. So yeah, I would like to nominate Councillor Hannah.
Any other nominations? No. Mr. Moody.
In those circumstances, Provost, then we just move to the vote and members simply indicate whether their preference is for Councillor Colley or for Councillor Hannah.
Provost, sorry, can I maybe just clarify why the board itself doesn't select its chair, just like other boards around the area?
It's a peculiarity of the structure of integration joint boards. And I think it was established at the time just to preserve a closer connection between the integration joint board and the constituent bodies, on the one hand the council and on the other hand the health board. I think it's a recognition that the integration joint board as well is the governance layer of a partnership between the council and the health board. So I think that's why the links were retained, but it's standard across all integration joint boards in the country.
Okay, thanks for that call.
Provost, if we return to the vote then, it's just a question of indicating a preference between Councillor Colley or Councillor Hannah. Provost Bissett.
Councillor Hannah.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Bowes. Councillor Brown.
Colley. Councillor Colley.
Councillor Buchanan. Councillor Bundy.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Deacon.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Devine.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Flynn.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Forrest.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Garner.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Kelly.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Kerr.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor McCabe.
Abstain.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Murtagh.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Patterson.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Patrick.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Redmond.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Ritchie.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Spears.
Abstain.
And Councillor Steinbach.
Councillor Hannah.
Provost, there are 16 votes for Councillor Colley, there are 10 votes for Councillor Hannah, there were 2 abstentions. Councillor Colley is appointed as the Chair of the Integration Joint Board.
Thank you. Well done. Next item of business is agenda item 8, execution of deeds. Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost, and this is for noting only, so I won't say anything further in relation to this report, but I'll attempt to deal with any questions that any members have.
Any questions on executions of deeds? Agenda item 9 is a motion by Councillor Sinclair. So just ask Councillor Sinclair to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Provost. I move the motion in my name and thank you for agreeing to discuss this important issue at today's meeting. Firstly, I'd like to pay tribute to Laura Young, who has been leading a national campaign to ban single-use disposable vapes, alongside the Marine Conservation Society, Ash Scotland and Keep Scotland Beautiful. Her determination has helped bring this to my attention and that of colleagues in other local authorities across Scotland. Thanks to her efforts, the Scottish Government are also undertaking an urgent review into disposable vapes, which is being carried out by Zero Waste Scotland, and we look forward to this review being published. My thanks also goes to Councillor Steinbank and Councillor Bundy for their time and helpful discussions on the matter, and hopefully we will soon see a rare yet welcome showing of cross-party support in Falkirk Council. I've always been aware that vaping was a thing. Primarily, it's an aid to help people quit smoking, but until recently, I wasn't fully aware of the scale of what we face today. The significant environmental impact that single-use disposable vapes have on our environment. So what is a disposable vape? It's an electrical device built from metals like copper and aluminium, with a vessel for a flavoured liquid containing nicotine of differing strengths and a lithium-ion battery generally encased in a plastic shell. Now, I'd like you all to picture the Falkirk Stadium in your mind. Now, imagine several Falkirk stadiums built side by side from where it is currently in Westfield all the way to the War Memorial at the far side of Zetland Park. In 2022, the number of single-use vapes disposed in the UK would cover that entire area, with research group Material Focus placing the number of vapes disposed in the UK at 1.3 million every week. The amount of lithium alone is the equivalent to the battery power of 1,200 electrical vehicles. The metal inside the plastic casings, if crushed, can become sharp. If a bairn picks it up, they could get a nasty cut, or if it's driven over, it could easily slash a tyre or two. But that's not the worst of it. Lithium-ion batteries can become explosively combustible unpredictably if they are damaged in any way. This isn't just a major risk to public safety, but if these things explode inside a bin lorry or at Kinneil or Roughmute while they're being sorted, this becomes a significant risk to the safety and health of hardworking staff and a risk to our infrastructure. If every one of these devices were disposed of responsibly and appropriately, this wouldn't be an issue. But these things are being recklessly discarded in our communities and open spaces. We're all attuned to noticing litter. It's unsightly, it's damaging, and to be honest, it's completely unacceptable. However, the largest amount of disposable vapes found nationally so far was at Falkirk Skate Park. Nearly 250 of them in a 1 metre squared area. They're turning up in our parks and areas like Kinneil Nature Reserve and Bo'ness. This is a failure of the waste electrical and electronic equipment regulations and a failure on the part of manufacturers and retailers who are required to provide collection boxes under current regulations. The way these things are marketed too gives serious cause for concern. Bright coloured, fruity flavoured hits of nicotine without the smoke you can throw away when you're done. Flavours like green gummy bear, rainbow and cola ice, magical looking wee things that draw people in aimed at a younger buyer and potentially enticing young children to pick them up. Even China, the biggest manufacturer of disposable vapes, has banned the fruit flavours for health reasons. We can and must do better. There is a real risk as well, rather than helping people quit smoking, that these are becoming a trendy norm. which could lead to a potential increase in nicotine addiction, detrimentally impacting public health in years to come. In my opinion, the environmental impact alone is enough to call for a ban. But in a country like Scotland that puts a significant amount into creating a circular economy, working towards net zero, and places huge pride in our public health initiatives to reduce harm from alcohol and smoking, there are many reasons that a ban would be appropriate. We must also consider that reusable vapes are widely available and much better for the environment. Litter is hugely damaging to our communities and local environment anyway, but disposable vapes pose a threat that until today, many people perhaps weren't aware of. That's not to take away the responsibility that producers have under the existing regulations to provide a safe disposal route for these devices. I hope that by passing this motion, we can let as many people as possible know the severe impacts single-use disposable vapes are having on our environment now. I appeal to colleagues to pass this motion and join nationwide calls for a ban on these products to ensure that we are helping people live healthier lives while making the places we call home cleaner and safer for everyone to enjoy. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Sinclair. Do you have a seconder?
I will pass to Councillor Steinbach.
Consent to second, Provost. Falkirk Labour are happy to second this motion calling for a ban on disposable vapes. As Councillor Sinclair's outlined, vaping was as a practice was promoted to mitigate the well-known deadly health impacts of smoking and as a public and private health response to the many health impacts that come with. However, vaping is still harmful and disposable vaping is giving access to a greater amount of young people access to nicotine who might otherwise not smoke. The advent of easily accessible disposable vapes such as Elf Bar and Geek Bar led to a drastic rise in their use. 8% of vape users preferring disposable vapes in 2021 and now 52% in 2022 based on data from last month. The environmental impacts are clear. As a councillor for and a resident of our town centre, I can barely talk to a business or resident who does not recognise the massive uptick in littering from disposable vapes over the last couple of years. You often can't separate the elements of disposable vapes, and that's led to a stark admission from many vendors if you go online. I quote, while rechargeable vapes can be broken down in components, the inseparability of disposable products means some brands have to be put into general household waste. As batteries, as outlined, made of plastic, metal and cotton, that is clearly not a sustainable position. Thanks to the young people of Falkirk who have campaigned on this issue. Know Your Eco ran an event a few weeks back in which a stall was featured on this issue, and it definitely opened my eyes and educated me further on this issue, and I encourage every other councillor to get educated. I think we're currently relying on vendor return schemes in this area which are nowhere near mature enough or well used enough to absorb this issue, especially as sales are currently readily available at shops across our district and across the rest of Scotland and the world. It's clear then that the issue we must make a stance on, and due to access for children and young people, as I've outlined, substantial issues around environmental usage, I'm happy to second this motion.
Thanks very much, Councillor Steinbach. Now, Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. When Ian first got in touch with me regarding this motion, I said that I would be happy to second it, but in the spirit of collaboration, Ian and I had a conversation, and Ewan was the one who ended up seconding it. I come to this motion on the basis that Scotland is a beautiful country. We're known around the world for our landscape, our beauty. And now, if you go around our beautiful spots, you're increasingly seeing disposable vapes at the side of locks on our streets, in housing estates, and it's putting a scar on our landscape. And that's not something that I want to do. I want to empower Scotland's beauty, and this motion today doesn't solve the problem, but it shows our collective voice as a council that we want to keep Falkirk's beauty, keep Scotland's beauty, and that's why I'm supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not speaking against this motion. Sorry? You're welcome too, sir. I'm not speaking against this motion, but I think there's further implications that need clarification. One, how do you police it? Two, cost of policing it. And three, are we going to go into the shops and stop them selling? We've already seen the problems in the land that's been taken up for the bottle return scheme, which is costing shopkeepers and businesses a considerable amount of money. But it's easy to be young and enthusiastic without having the cost implications. And I know the SNP is very keen on the cost implications. So if Councillor Sinclair could fully explain how much this will cost and how they will police it. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. Councillor Sinclair, would you like to come in on that?
I'm happy to come back. The purpose of the waste, electrical and electronic equipment regulations places the responsibility on the producers and the retailers. It's similar to the deposit return scheme that's currently going on through legislation in the Scottish Government. However, let's use its acronym, WE regulations state very, very clearly that the responsibility to provide this and maintain it is fully on the producers and manufacturers in partnership with the retailers. Now, I'm not an expert on trading standards, but I know that trading standards have a role to play within that, and they do that on a regular basis as part of their regular looking into retailers and shops on this part. So that it's the producers and manufacturers for this primarily.
Okay, so you're asking us to agree to something that's uncosted and you don't know exactly how it can be policed.
Through you, Provost, the motion in particular today actually has no cost associated with it, because the motion calls for the Chief Executive to write to the Scottish Government to bring forward a ban as soon as possible. Those discussions aren't for here. Thank you.
Well, I look forward to getting a quick decision from the Scottish Government. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Sinclair, seconded by Councillor Steinbach. Are we agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your attendance. Finally.
I take it that's it?